I need to share this message right away because my guides are being extremely persistent about getting this out. They're showing me that there are 3 very distinct masculine energies that are being drawn to your light right now. And this is happening because you've gone through such a profound spiritual transformation recently. I'm seeing the Empress card appear so clearly, and it's confirming what I'm feeling. You've really stepped into this incredibly magnetic, divine, feminine power. Now, what's interesting is that earlier today in another reading, I saw the 3 of Cups, and here it is showing up again, which is really validating this message about 3 different energies coming toward you. I'm sensing that lately you've been noticing more attention from people, maybe even having dreams about different individuals, or just feeling this pull in multiple directions. The number 3 keeps flashing in my mind. Maybe you've been seeing 333 or other number patterns that seem to follow you everywhere. What's really important, and what my guides are really emphasizing, is that this attraction isn't just happening in the physical world. It's happening on a much deeper spiritual level. Your recent spiritual growth, this awakening you've been experiencing, has literally changed your energetic frequency. I'm feeling this massive shift in your energy, like you've finally stepped into this power that was always within you, but maybe you weren't fully aware of it before. Some of you might have noticed that your intuition has become much stronger lately, or you're having these really vivid dreams. These are all signs of your spiritual awakening, but here's what's crucial. And I'm getting chills as this message comes through. Not all of these masculine energies that are being drawn to you are aligned with your highest good. The Empress energy is showing me that you've reached this beautiful place of inner knowing, but now you need to use that discernment, because one of these connections is your true divine counterpart, while the others are here as part of your learning. I'm being shown very clearly that there's a protection aspect to this whole situation that we need to explore, because while your light is attracting these energies, it's so important that you're able to recognize which one is truly meant for your highest good. The energy I'm picking up from the situation is really powerful, and I can feel how your guides are surrounding you with so much love and protection right now as they try to help you navigate this. What's really fascinating about this whole situation is that there's this deeper spiritual lesson unfolding. And as I'm connecting with your energy more strongly, I can see how these 3 different masculine energies each represent something significant about your own spiritual journey. And what's really fascinating is that as I connect more deeply with these energies, I'm being drawn to pull some clarifying cards about the first masculine energy that's being revealed to me right now. The Knight of Pentacles just came forward so strongly. And I need to tell you this is someone who has been watching your growth from a distance. They've been noticing everything about your spiritual transformation, but they're very careful about how they show up in your life. I'm getting such strong earth energy from this person. You know how sometimes you can just feel when someone has this really grounded, steady presence? That's exactly what I'm picking up here. And it's no coincidence that this energy is showing up right after we saw the Empress earlier. There's this beautiful connection between your divine feminine energy and their very earthy, protective masculine energy. They're like the silent guardian. I'm actually getting chills right now because I'm being shown that some of you have been having these dreams lately where you feel like someone is watching over you, protecting you. Maybe you've been feeling safer lately, but couldn't explain why. Or perhaps you've noticed someone becoming more present in your life, but in this really quiet, unassuming way. Like they're always there when you need help with something practical, but they never make a big show of it. This masculine energy, they have this incredibly analytical mind. They think about everything so deeply, and this is really important, they really struggle to express their emotions. It's like they have all these feelings for you, but they're keeping them hidden, waiting for exactly the right moment. They're the type of person who plans everything out, who wants to make sure all the pieces are in place before they make a move. You might have noticed recently that you're being drawn to more grounding activities, maybe gardening or walking in nature, or even just feeling this pull to create more structure in your life. These aren't random urges. This is actually your energy aligning with this masculine presence. Some of you might have even noticed unexpected help showing up in practical ways, maybe financial support or help with material things appearing just when you needed it. Their energy signature is so distinct. It's like this steady, reliable force that doesn't waver. Think of it like a mountain, always there, always solid. And while this might seem really different from the spiritual awakening you're going through, there's actually this beautiful divine timing at play here. Your guides are showing me that this person's steady energy is exactly what you need during this intense spiritual transformation you're experiencing. They're actually one of the 3 masculine energies being drawn to you right now, and their role is really specific. They're meant to be this grounding force, this anchor while you're going through all these spiritual changes. I'm being shown that they're approaching you very methodically, very carefully. They might show up through these really practical actions, helping you with something concrete, offering advice about practical matters, being there in these really tangible ways. And what's really interesting is how your Empress energy is specifically calling in this type of protective, stable force. It's like your spiritual growth has created this perfect energetic match, but it's happening in this really subtle way. I keep seeing this image of someone planting seeds and patiently waiting for them to grow. That's exactly how this person approaches their connection with you. They're not rushing anything. They're letting it unfold naturally, but they're also very intentional about every move they move. And now I'm being guided to pull another card to reveal more about this masculine energy. And wow, the King of Pentacles has just emerged. This is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This isn't just any kind of masculine energy. This is someone who has truly mastered both the material and spiritual realms. They've evolved from that night energy we saw earlier into this really mature, wise king energy. You know, it's really interesting because as I'm sitting with this King of Pentacles energy, I'm getting this really strong message that this particular person among the 3 masculine energies approaching you has actually been through their own intense spiritual journey, but they're very private about it. They don't broadcast it like some people do. Instead, they show their spirituality through their actions, through the way they take care of things and people around them. And I'm actually getting goosebumps right now because I'm being shown that this person has been quietly protecting you in ways you might not even realize. Maybe you've noticed recently that things just seem to work out better when it comes to practical matters, like money flowing a bit more easily, or opportunities just showing up at the right time. That's their energy at work. They're very strategic about how they show up in your life. And here's something really important that your guides want you to know. While all three masculine energies are being drawn to your elevated frequency right now, this particular energy stands out because they match your vibration in a really unique way. It's like they're operating on this same frequency as your recent spiritual awakening, but they express it differently. While you might be more intuitive and flowing with your spirituality, they express their spiritual understanding through practical support and real world wisdom. I'm being shown that some of you have been having these really specific experiences lately. Like maybe you've been getting really solid advice about your career or finances from someone, but you never actually asked for their help. They just seemed to know what you needed. Or perhaps you've been having these dreams about being protected, about someone watching over you. These aren't random coincidences. These are signs of this King of Pentacles energy moving in your life. The cards are really emphasizing something crucial here, especially with this progression from the Three of Cups we saw earlier to this King of Pentacles. While you have these three different masculine energies being drawn to you, this particular one stands out because they're not just attracted to your light. They actually understand the depth of your spiritual transformation. They see both your divine feminine power and your human journey, and they're equipped to support both. But your guides are also giving me this really clear warning message. Not all attention is aligned attention. Some people might be drawn to your elevated frequency right now simply because they're attracted to your light. But this King of Pentacles energy is different. They're not just admiring your light. They're actively working to create a stable foundation for it to flourish. They're thinking long-term, planning and strategically positioning themselves to be a genuine support in your life. What's really fascinating is how they're showing up in such subtle ways. It's like they're more focused on proving their worth through actions rather than words. You might notice them through these really practical gestures. Maybe they remember small details about your goals, or they show up consistently when you need support, or they offer solutions that show they've really been paying attention to your journey. And speaking of this King of Pentacles energy showing up in practical ways, I'm feeling such a strong pull to reveal more about these divine connections. The Hierophant has just appeared, and oh my goodness, this is such a powerful message about the spiritual teaching that's happening here. You see, while these three masculine energies are showing up in your life, there's something much deeper going on beneath the surface. I need to pause here because my guides are literally giving me chills right now. They're showing me that one of these masculine energies, and this is going to be so specific for some of you, has actually been placed in your path as a spiritual teacher, but not in the way you might think. They're not going to show up wearing crystal necklaces or talking about chakras. No, this person is teaching you through real life situations, through everyday moments that seem ordinary but carry deep spiritual lessons. You know how sometimes you meet someone and everything about the meeting just feels different? Like Maybe you bumped into them at a bookstore or they showed up at your workplace and something about the interaction just felt more meaningful than usual. That's what I'm seeing here with the Hierophant's energy. These aren't just random meetings. They're divinely arranged teaching moments. And here's what's really interesting. Some of you have been feeling this pull to learn more about spiritual topics lately. Maybe you've been drawn to picking up books about spirituality, or you've been watching more videos about personal growth. That's because your energy has been preparing for these connections. The Hierophant is showing me that this isn't just about romance or relationships. It's about your spiritual growth and learning. I'm getting such a strong message about protection during spiritual practices. Some of you might have noticed that you feel especially safe and supported when you're meditating or doing your spiritual work lately. That's because this steady Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is actually working with your guides to create a safe space for your spiritual expansion. The number 5555 keeps flashing in my mind. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially when thinking about these connections, that's a huge confirmation. It's about changes coming, but changes that are divinely guided and protected. And what's really beautiful is how the Hierophant is showing that each of these masculine energies serves a different purpose in your spiritual journey. One is meant to teach you about your own power. They'll challenge you in ways that make you grow. Another, with that steady Knight of Pentacles energy, is creating the stable foundation you need for your spiritual development. And the third, carrying that wise King of Pentacles energy, holds ancient wisdom about your soul contract. They understand things about your path that even you're just beginning to discover. I'm being shown very clearly that some of you are actually teaching others without even realizing it. Like, people have been coming to you for advice more often, or you find yourself sharing wisdom in casual conversations. This is part of your own spiritual growth. And it's attracting these masculine energies who recognize this teacher energy within you. The cards are really emphasizing patience right now. While all three of these masculine energies are present, it's crucial to let things unfold naturally. Your guides are saying that the right connection will become crystal clear through how they support your spiritual journey. Look for the one who encourages your growth without trying to control it, who listens to your spiritual experiences without judgment, who shows up consistently in those moments when you're questioning your path. And speaking of questioning your path, I'm being drawn to pull another card here for deeper clarity about these masculine energies. The Seven of Pentacles has just revealed itself. And wow, this is such a beautiful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me that you're in this really important assessment period right now. It's like you're standing in your spiritual garden, looking at all these different connections that are growing. You know that feeling when you're tending to a garden and you have to decide which plants need more attention? That's exactly what's happening with these three masculine energies. The Seven of Pentacles is telling me that some of you have been feeling a bit overwhelmed, trying to figure out which connection deserves your energy. I'm seeing something really specific. Some of you keep getting practical help from one of these people, like they show up exactly when you need help moving something heavy, or they remember something important you mentioned weeks ago. The guides are showing me this really clear image of someone watching over you from a distance, not in a creepy way, but in this really protective, gentle way, like they're making sure you're okay without needing any credit for it. This is that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. And now with this Seven of Pentacles, it's like the universe is saying, pay attention to who shows up consistently. I'm getting chills because I'm being shown that some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you feel protected. Maybe you're in a difficult situation in the dream, but there's always this presence that keeps you safe. That's not just a dream. That's one of these masculine energies connecting with you in the spiritual realm. The cards are really emphasizing this message about patience right now. Just like you can't rush a garden to grow, you can't force these spiritual connections to develop faster than they're meant to. The Seven of Pentacles is showing me that some of you have been feeling this pressure. Like you need to make a choice right away about which connection to pursue. But your guides are saying very clearly, this is a time for watching and waiting. I'm hearing this really specific message. The quiet one knows. This is fascinating because it's showing me that the masculine energy that's meant for your highest good isn't the one making the most noise. They're not the one constantly texting or trying to get your attention. They're the one who shows up in these really subtle but meaningful ways. Something really interesting is coming through about your empathic abilities too. Some of you have been feeling more sensitive lately, maybe even a bit overwhelmed by other people's energies. That's actually a sign that your divine feminine energy is getting stronger. The Seven of Pentacles is showing that this sensitivity is helping you discern which of these connections is truly aligned with your spiritual path. I keep seeing this image of someone helping you carry something heavy, but it feels symbolic. It's like one of these masculine energies understands the weight of your spiritual journey and wants to help share that burden. They might not even realize they're doing it, but on a soul level, they're providing this incredibly grounding energy that helps you stay balanced as you expand spiritually. And you know what's really interesting about that grounding energy we were just talking about? I need to pull another card because the guides are really insisting on showing us something deeper here. The Eight of Cups just came forward, and oh my goodness, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. This card is literally showing up to tell us about some really important emotional work that needs to happen before you can fully embrace these masculine energies. I'm seeing really clearly that some of you have been having these dreams about people from your past lately. Maybe it's an ex, maybe it's just someone who hurt you, but these aren't random dreams. Your guides are bringing these memories up now because it's time to finally heal these old wounds. One of these protective masculine energies, I'm feeling it's that steady Knight of Pentacles we saw earlier. They're actually here to help you work through this stuff. You know that feeling when you're in nature, maybe sitting by water or under a tree, and suddenly you remember something from years ago that you thought you were over. That's not a coincidence. These masculine energies, especially that grounding King of Pentacles energy, are creating this safe space for you to process these emotions. It's like they're holding this protective bubble around you while you do this inner work. I'm getting such strong chills right now because I'm being shown this image of someone walking away from Eight Cups, but they're not just walking away, they're being guided away by this warm, protective light. This is fascinating because it's showing me that letting go of these past situations isn't something you have to do alone. That's why these masculine energies are showing up now. They each play a role in helping you heal. Some of you might have been feeling really drawn to peaceful places lately, like gardens or quiet parks. That's your intuition leading you to spaces where you can safely process these emotions. And I'm hearing this really clear message. The tears are clearing the path. Some of you have been crying more lately, maybe at random times, and that's actually a good thing. It's your divine feminine energy releasing old pain to make room for these new, healthier connections. There's something really specific coming through about timing. The guides are showing me that some of you have been feeling this urgency to figure out which masculine energy is your true divine counterpart. But this Eight of Cups is actually saying that the right connection will become crystal clear once you've done this emotional clearing work. It's like you need to empty your cup before it can be filled with something better. I'm seeing some of you finding random objects from past relationships, like old letters or photos. Don't brush these off as coincidences. These are actually helping you identify what patterns need healing. And what's really beautiful is that one of these masculine energies, I'm feeling it's that wise King of Pentacles. They understand this journey you're on. They might even be going through something similar themselves. The guides are really emphasizing the importance of journaling right now. Some of you have been waking up from these intense dreams about past situations, and it's crucial to write these down. These dreams are actually messages helping you understand what you need to heal before you can fully recognize and receive your true divine counterpart's energy. And speaking of these dreams and messages, I need to pull another card because there's something really important coming through about this hidden sage energy, this wise masculine presence that's been watching over your journey. The Page of Swords just flew out, and wow, this confirms exactly what I was feeling about that protective presence we were discussing. This is someone who's been observing your spiritual growth from a distance, taking in every detail of your transformation. You know those moments when you're deep in meditation or just sitting quietly and you suddenly get this feeling like someone's watching over you? That's not just your imagination. This Page of Swords energy is showing me that one of these masculine energies has been studying you, but not in a creepy way. In this really beautiful, almost scholarly way. They're fascinated by how your mind works, how you process things spiritually. Looking at this Page of Swords next to the Empress card we pulled earlier, I'm getting such strong confirmation about why this particular masculine energy feels so drawn to you right now. Your divine feminine awakening has been like this bright light. And while some people might be intimidated by that light, this person sees it as something to study and understand. They're like a student of your energy, but they're also bringing their own wisdom to the table. I'm getting this really clear message about books and learning. Some of you have been randomly finding exactly the right book or article just when you needed it. Or maybe you've been having these moments where you suddenly understand something complex about spirituality and it feels like someone else is helping you piece it together. That's this energy working with you behind the scenes. The King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is blending so perfectly with this Page of Swords now. It's showing me that while this person might seem very logical and analytical on the surface, they have this deep, earthy wisdom that matches your Empress energy. They're like this perfect blend of mind and matter. They can understand your spiritual insights intellectually while also helping you ground them in the real world. I keep seeing the number sequence 5555 flashing in my mind, and I'm hearing that some of you have been seeing this number, especially when you're doing deep thinking or spiritual work. This is a huge confirmation that you're in this major transformation phase, and this masculine energy is meant to help you process all these changes. Looking at how the Knight of Pentacles connects with these other cards, I'm getting such clear confirmation about this person's protective nature. They might seem really quiet or reserved, but they're actually creating this safe space for your spiritual gifts to expand. It's like they're this invisible guardian of your awakening process, making sure you have the mental and emotional space you need to grow. You might notice that whenever you have these big spiritual breakthroughs or moments of clarity, there's often this sense of a steady, grounding presence around you. That's this energy working with you, helping you integrate these higher understandings into your everyday life. They're actually learning from you too. Your emotional depth and intuitive nature are helping them open up their own heart space. The timing of all this is so divinely orchestrated. I'm seeing this image of puzzle pieces slowly moving into place. This connection isn't meant to rush forward quickly. It's unfolding in this really deliberate, thoughtful way. Your guides are showing me that this person needs to fully understand your energy before they step forward more directly. Speaking of this person stepping forward, I'm really being drawn to pull another card for clarity about these different masculine energies that are surrounding you right now. The Two of Wands just came forward, and this is so interesting because it's showing me exactly how these protective energies are playing out in your field. There's this really beautiful choice point that you're approaching, but what's fascinating is that you don't actually need to rush into making any decisions right now. I'm actually seeing 3 distinct types of protection that these masculine energies are offering you. Remember that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier? That's this really steady, grounding force, someone who wants to protect you by creating stability and security in your life. They're the type who might show up with practical help just when you need it, or who always seems to know exactly what you need to feel safe and supported. Then we have this King of Pentacles energy, which is fascinating because it's showing up as this really mature wisdom keeper type of protection. This is someone who wants to guard your spiritual growth, who sees your divine feminine power and wants to create a safe space for it to flourish. Some of you might have been feeling this energy show up as random moments of clarity or these sudden downloads of wisdom that seem to come from nowhere. I keep seeing this image of a shield made of light around you, and it's actually getting stronger as your own spiritual awareness increases. Your recent awakening isn't just making you more attractive to these energies, it's actually helping you create this beautiful protective field around yourself. I'm hearing that this is why you might have been feeling more confident lately or finding it easier to set boundaries. Some of you have been seeing the number sequence 333 a lot, especially when you're thinking about relationships or protection. This is such a powerful confirmation that your guides and these protective masculine energies are all working together for your highest good. It's like this divine orchestration of support that's being built around you. I'm feeling so strongly that some of you have been experiencing these moments where you actually feel someone's protective presence before they physically show up in your life. Maybe you've been having these dreams about being protected or getting these gut feelings about someone watching over you. Trust these sensations. They're your intuition picking up on these energies. The way these cards are interacting is showing me that each of these protective energies serves a different purpose in your journey. One is here to help ground your spiritual gifts. Another is here to help expand them. And there's this third energy that's meant to help you balance both. It's like they each hold a piece of this divine protection puzzle that's forming around you. You might have noticed yourself being drawn to more grounding activities lately, maybe gardening or walking in nature, or even just sitting quietly with crystals. This is actually these protective energies helping you strengthen your connection to Earth while your spiritual awareness expands. They're working to help you maintain this perfect balance between being spiritually awakened and practically grounded. And you know what's really interesting about these grounding activities? They're actually preparing you for this next level of discernment that I'm seeing coming in. The Queen of Swords just appeared in our spread, and her energy is so powerful right here. She's showing me how you're developing this amazing ability to see through any confusion about these three protective masculine energies. I'm feeling such a strong message that some of you have been having these moments where you just know things about people now. Like you can feel their true intentions before they even speak. That's this Queen of Swords energy working with your natural intuition. She's helping you understand the unique way each of these masculine energies is trying to protect you. You know, it's fascinating because I'm seeing how each one of these protectors shows up differently in your life. That first energy, the emotional rock, they're the ones who make you feel completely safe just by being around them. Maybe you've noticed how your shoulders relax when they're near, or how you can just be yourself without trying. That's not an accident. They're carrying this really specific frequency that matches your need for emotional security. Then there's this second energy, the intellectual challenger. They're the ones who make your mind light up. They ask the questions that make you think deeper, push you to explore your own wisdom. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of you have been having these really deep conversations lately, ones that leave you feeling more awake and alive. That's this protector doing their work. The third one, though, this spiritual guardian, they're really interesting because they might not even be physically present in your life yet, but you can feel them. Some of you have been getting these goosebumps or tingles, especially when you're meditating or just before you fall asleep. That's them watching over your energy field, making sure you're protected as you go through this awakening. I'm seeing this image of a triangle of light forming around you with each of these protective energies holding a point. It's like they're creating this sacred space for your divine feminine energy to fully bloom. And what's really beautiful is how the Queen of Swords is showing that you're becoming more aware of each unique frequency. You're starting to notice the subtle differences in how each one makes you feel. Some of you have been writing things down lately, maybe in a journal or even just notes on your phone. Keep doing that. I'm hearing it's super important to track these feelings and insights. The Queen of Swords energy is all about this kind of clear documentation. It's like you're creating a personal guide to understanding these different protective frequencies. There's also this really interesting pattern I'm seeing where each protector shows up exactly when you need their specific type of support. Like when you need practical guidance, that first energy appears. When you need mental stimulation, the second one comes through. And when you need spiritual protection, that third energy wraps around you like a warm blanket. It's this beautiful dance of divine timing that's playing out in your life. You might have noticed you're becoming more selective about who you spend time with lately. That's this Queen of Swords wisdom coming through. She's helping you recognize which energies truly serve your highest good. Trust that instinct. Your ability to discern between these different protective frequencies is getting stronger every day. And you know what's really fascinating about this ability to discern energies? It's leading us right into this major tower moment I'm seeing in the cards. This isn't the scary kind of tower, though. This is the kind that brings those amazing aha moments about which of these protectors is truly meant to be your divine counterpart. I'm feeling such strong confirmation right now that one of these masculine energies is about to step forward in a really obvious way. For some of you, this might happen through a work situation. I keep seeing this image of someone either helping you with your career or recognizing your talents in a way that just feels different. It's like they see the real you, not just what you can do. The tower is showing me that for many of you, this revelation is going to come through something totally unexpected. Maybe you'll bump into them somewhere you wouldn't normally go, or they'll say something that just hits different, like it touches your soul in a way that makes you go, wait a minute. Some of you might even be getting dreams about this person. And when you wake up, you feel this deep sense of knowing. I'm also seeing this really interesting pattern where money and resources are playing a big part in this revelation. Like, one of these protectors might show up offering practical help or bringing opportunities your way. And it's not about them trying to buy your attention. It's more like the universe using material stuff to show you who's really there to support your growth. You know what's really cool? I'm getting this strong message that some of you have been speaking wisdom lately that surprises even you. Like words just flow out of your mouth and later you're like, where did that come from? That's because one of these protectors is actually helping activate your own inner teacher. They're like a key that unlocks this whole new level of spiritual understanding in you. The energy is showing me that a lot of you are seeing the numbers 333 or 555 everywhere. These aren't just random. They're like little winks from the universe confirming you're on the right track with this protector energy. And if you've been feeling pulled to visit certain places or try new things, pay attention to that. These urges are actually guidance leading you toward clarity about these connections. But here's the important part, and I really need you to hear this. You don't have to figure it all out right now. The tower is actually showing me that trying too hard to identify your divine counterpart might block you from seeing the truth when it shows up. Instead, I'm being guided to tell you to just notice how each protector makes you feel. Which one brings you that deep sense of peace? Which one makes you feel like you can be completely yourself? I'm seeing some of you have been getting really clear signs, but maybe doubting them because they don't match what you expected. The cards are showing that your true divine counterpart might show up in a totally different package than what you imagined. But trust me, when that tower moment hits, you'll know. There won't be any doubt in your soul about who they are. And you know what's really interesting about these tower moments of recognition? They're actually preparing you for this next level of discernment I'm seeing with the Seven of Pentacles here. This is such beautiful confirmation because it's showing me that while these three protector energies are all drawn to your light, there's one in particular who's been quietly planting seeds of growth in your life. I'm really feeling called to pause here because there's something so important coming through about this steady, patient, masculine energy. For those of you who've been feeling like you need to rush into choosing or figuring out which connection is your divine counterpart, this card is actually saying the opposite. It's showing me that the right connection will prove itself through consistent small actions over time. And I'm getting such strong validation around nature right now. Have any of you been feeling this weird pull to go for walks or sit in your garden lately? Because this isn't random at all. This connection with nature is actually helping you tune into the frequency of your true divine counterpart. They carry this very earthy, grounding energy that helps balance out all the spiritual downloads you've been receiving. I'm seeing some of you have been getting random advice from people you trust, maybe about slowing down or being more selective with your energy. That's your guides working through others to help you create space for real discernment. And isn't it interesting how you might have suddenly felt the urge to clean out your closet or reorganize your space? That's actually your energy field making room for this deeper connection. And you know what's really fascinating? As I'm sitting with these cards, I'm feeling this strong message about how your increased sensitivity to other people's energy isn't a burden. It's actually a gift helping you distinguish between these three masculine energies. One of them, and this is so clear in the cards, is emerging as this really steady, grounding force. They're like an anchor while you're going through all these spiritual upgrades. The Seven of Pentacles is showing me that some of you have been seeing lots of repeating numbers lately, especially when thinking about a specific person. These aren't just coincidences, they're confirmations. But here's the thing, and my guides are being really clear about this. You need to be patient with how this unfolds. This card is all about the joy of watching things grow naturally without forcing them. I'm also seeing that some of you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed by having these three different energies around you. You might be wondering if it's wrong to maintain connections with all of them. But the cards are showing me that each one is actually serving a purpose in your spiritual growth right now. It's like they're each highlighting different aspects of your own power that you need to recognize. The energy is getting really strong around protection of your peace right now. Some of you might be feeling this intense urge to guard your energy more carefully, and that's exactly what you should be doing. This Seven of Pentacles energy is showing me that as you maintain healthy boundaries and keep focusing on your own growth, the right connection will naturally become more obvious. And you know what's really interesting about these protective boundaries you're setting? The High Priestess just fell out of my deck while I was thinking about your situation. And this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. She's showing me that your intuition about these three masculine energies is absolutely spot on. You're picking up on things that others might miss completely. Remember that tower moment we talked about earlier? It wasn't just about breaking down old patterns. It was actually clearing space for you to access this deeper intuitive wisdom that the High Priestess represents. I'm getting such strong chills right now because I can feel how this connects to those recent dreams. Some of you have been having, the ones where you feel like someone's guiding or protecting you. That's not random at all. Let's talk about these 3 protective energies for a moment. We've already seen the Knight of Pentacles energy, that first protector who shows up with this really steady grounding presence. They're the ones who might check in on you in really practical ways, like making sure you got home safe or offering to help with everyday things. Then there's that King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. That's your second protector, the one who comes with this mature wisdom, maybe giving you advice that really makes you think or helping you see situations from a different angle. But now, with the High Priestess showing up, she's revealing something about that third protector. And this is really fascinating. This third person carries this incredible spiritual catalyst energy. They're the ones who might say something that sends you down a complete spiritual rabbit hole, or maybe just being around them makes you feel more connected to your own intuitive gifts. I'm getting such a strong message that some of you have been feeling these really intense energy shifts lately, maybe tingles down your spine or this warmth in your chest when you think about one of these people in particular. The High Priestess is saying that's your body's way of trying to tell you something important. And have you been seeing 333 or 555 everywhere? Because those numbers are huge confirmation signs about this spiritual awakening you're going through. The really beautiful thing the High Priestess is showing me is that each of these protectors is actually helping you unlock different parts of yourself. It's like they each hold a key to different aspects of your spiritual growth. One grounds you, one challenges your mind, and one awakens your spirit. But here's the thing, and I'm getting such clear guidance about this. You don't need to rush to figure out which one is your divine counterpart. I'm seeing that some of you might be feeling this pressure to choose or to know right away, but that's actually your ego trying to control the situation. The High Priestess energy is all about surrendering to divine timing and trusting your inner knowing. She's showing me that as you continue to develop your spiritual practices, maybe you've been feeling called to meditate more or spend time journaling. The truth about these connections will become crystal clear. Your guides are showing me this image of a lotus flower slowly opening. Each petal represents a new level of understanding about these connections, and they're saying that forcing the flower open would only damage it. Instead, they want you to focus on nurturing your own spiritual growth. Speaking of spiritual growth, I just felt this incredible rush of energy come through, and the Knight of Wands literally jumped out of the deck. This is so fascinating because it's showing me something really important about that third protective energy we were just talking about. While that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is like a strong foundation beneath your feet, this Knight of Wands brings this amazing transformative fire that's actually helping awaken talents you didn't even know you had. I'm getting such clear messages about this. Some of you have been experiencing these sudden bursts of creativity lately, right? Maybe you've found yourself drawn to try something completely new, or you're having these vivid dreams about fire or passionate energy. Your guides are showing me that this isn't random at all. This Knight of Wands energy is actually working with your Empress energy that we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about your growing magnetic power? The way these cards are connecting is just giving me chills. You know what's really interesting? I'm seeing that for some of you, there's been this unexplained excitement about the future, even if nothing in your physical reality has changed yet. Maybe you've recently discovered you're good at something you never tried before, or you're feeling this pull toward artistic expression. That's this Knight of Wands energy working with your natural Empress gifts. It's like they're dancing together, creating this perfect storm of creativity and inspiration. But here's where it gets really deep. Your guides are showing me how this passionate protector actually complements that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier. It's like they're two sides of the same coin. One helps you stay grounded while the other helps you soar. And when we look at how this connects with that wise King of Pentacles energy we saw before, it's creating this amazing triangle of protection around you. I'm hearing really clearly that some of you might be feeling torn between these different energies, like you have to choose between the steady protection and this passionate, transformative energy. But your guides are saying that's not the case at all. They're showing me this image of a garden where some plants need strong, sturdy stakes to grow tall, while others need the warmth of the sun to bloom. Both types of support are equally important. You might have been noticing signs of this already. Maybe you've been getting ideas for creative projects right after having really grounding conversations with someone. Or perhaps you're finding that your practical skills are suddenly merging with this new creative energy in unexpected ways. The guides are saying these are all signs that these different protective energies are working together perfectly for your highest good. Just remember, while this Knight of Wands energy might make you feel like rushing forward, especially with all these exciting new discoveries about yourself, the guides are strongly advising to let things unfold naturally. They're showing me that each of these protective energies has their own perfect timing in your journey, and trying to force or rush any connection might actually disrupt the beautiful balance that's being created. And you know what's really interesting about that perfect timing we were just discussing? The King of Cups energy just came forward so powerfully, and it's showing me something really deep about these three protective forces around you. This King of Cups brings this whole new level of emotional understanding that changes everything we've been seeing. I keep getting this really strong feeling that one of these people in your life, someone who might seem really put together and maybe even a bit reserved on the outside, has this incredible depth of feeling that most people don't see. Your guides are showing me that this person might surprise you with how deeply they understand what you're going through. You might have already noticed little hints of this, maybe moments where they've said exactly what you needed to hear, or times when you felt completely safe sharing your feelings with them. This is really fascinating because it's connecting back to that Hierophant energy we saw earlier, you know, that spiritual teacher energy, but now we're seeing it in a whole new light. It's like this King of Cups is revealing that true spiritual guidance isn't just about knowing things. It's about really feeling and understanding them at a soul level. Some of you might have been having these really vivid dreams lately, especially about water or oceans. That's not random at all. It's showing you the depth of this connection. I'm getting such a clear message about numbers 2, particularly 333. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially during moments when you're feeling really emotional or thinking about one of these connections, that's your guides trying to get your attention. They're saying there's more going on beneath the surface than you realize. You know what's really interesting when we look at how this King of Cups energy plays with that Knight of Pentacles we saw before? It's showing us something really important. While that Knight of Pentacles offers this steady, practical kind of protection, which is beautiful and needed, this King of Cups brings something different. They're showing me that some of you might have recently had an unexpected, deep conversation with someone you usually just talk about practical things with. That's this energy starting to reveal itself. But here's the really important part. Your guides are being super clear about this. They're saying that while having someone who can protect you practically is wonderful, right now it's crucial to pay attention to who makes you feel emotionally safe. Who can you be your complete self with? Who sees past your strong exterior to understand what you're really feeling? I'm getting this really strong sense that someone has recently shown you a side of themselves you didn't expect. Maybe they opened up to you in a way that surprised you, or maybe you've noticed they have this gentle wisdom that you didn't see before. The guides are saying this isn't coincidental. It's actually a really important sign about who might be your true spiritual counterpart. Some of you might be feeling a bit confused because this person isn't necessarily the one who's been the most obviously protective or supportive in practical ways, but the guides are showing me that this emotional wisdom, this deep understanding is actually a higher form of protection. It's like they're creating this safe space for your soul to really expand and grow. They're showing me this image of someone who can handle both your light and your shadow, someone who doesn't just protect you from external challenges, but helps you feel safe enough to face your inner ones too. This is really significant for your spiritual journey right now. And that emotional safety we were just talking about leads me right into something really powerful that's coming through about this quiet warrior energy. You see, as I'm connecting with your guides right now, they're showing me that while we've been focused on the emotional depths of one of these connections, there's been this steady grounding force working quietly in the background the whole time. The Nine of Pentacles just came forward, and wow, this is such a confirmation of everything we've been feeling. This card is all about your own growth, your own mastery, but what's really interesting is how it's connecting to that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. Your guides are showing me that as you've been doing all this spiritual work, as you've been raising your frequency, you've actually been drawing in this really specific kind of protection. Think of it like this. Have you noticed lately that things just seem to work out in really practical ways? Like maybe bills getting paid easier than expected, or problems solving themselves before they even become big issues? That's this quiet warrior energy at work. They're showing me someone who doesn't need to make a big show of helping. They just do it. It's like having a guardian angel who works through practical, everyday miracles. This is fascinating because it's connecting so perfectly with that Empress energy we saw earlier. As your divine feminine power has been growing stronger, it's like you've been sending out this signal, not just on the emotional level we were talking about before, but on this really practical earthly level too. And this quiet warrior energy, they're responding to that signal in their own way. I keep getting this really clear message about unexpected help showing up in your life. Maybe you've noticed small things like someone fixing something for you without being asked, or opportunities coming up that make your life easier in really practical ways. Your guides are saying these aren't coincidences. They're signs of this protective energy working in your life. The King of Cups energy we were just looking at is actually playing really nicely with this too. It's like you've got this perfect balance forming, emotional understanding from one energy and this steady practical support from another. But what's really interesting is how they're showing me that this quiet warrior might actually be the one who helps you feel most grounded during all these big spiritual changes you're going through. You know those moments when everything feels really intense and spiritual and you just need someone or something to help you stay grounded? That's what this energy is all about. They're showing me that some of you might have been experiencing this really intense spiritual awakening, but at the same time, noticing that your practical life is getting more stable, not less. That's this quiet warrior energy at work. I'm getting such a strong message about the number 888 showing up for some of you, especially when you're worried about practical matters. That's your guides confirming that this protective energy is real and active in your life. They're saying that even if you can't see all the ways this person is helping to create stability in your life, it's happening. Trust those little signs, those small improvements in your daily life. They're like breadcrumbs leading you toward understanding just how supported you really are. And speaking of those breadcrumbs and signs, I'm feeling such a powerful surge of creative energy coming through right now. The Sun card just burst out of the deck, literally jumped right into my hands. And wow, this is exactly what your guides have been trying to tell us about. This creative awakening you're experiencing isn't just about making art or music or whatever form it's taking for you. It's actually helping you see these three different masculine energies so much more clearly. You know how sometimes when you're creating something, whether it's painting or cooking or even just organizing your space, you get these moments of total clarity. That's exactly what's happening with these three different connections in your life. The sun is lighting everything up, showing you the truth of each energy so perfectly. Remember that Knight of Pentacles we were talking about earlier, that steady protective energy? Well, when we look at it next to the sun, I'm getting such a clear message about how this person shows up for you when your creative energy starts flowing really strongly. It's like they become this grounding force when everything feels really big and intense. Maybe you've noticed that when you're in the middle of a creative burst or when your spiritual gifts are really active, this person somehow knows exactly when to send you a message or show up with something practical you need. And that King of Cups energy we've been working with, oh my goodness, the way it's interacting with the sun is so beautiful. This is someone who really sees the depth of your soul when you're in your creative flow. I'm getting such strong guidance that some of you might have shared your art or your writing or even just your ideas with this person, and they understood it on a level that almost scared you. That's because they're connecting with you from this really deep emotional place. But here's where it gets really interesting. That Knight of Wands energy is coming through so strongly now, especially with the sun's influence. This is the one who actually sparks your creativity, who makes your spiritual gifts come alive just by being around them. Your guides are showing me that some of you might feel almost overwhelmed by this energy sometimes, like your intuition goes into overdrive when they're around. I'm seeing such clear signs right now, flashes of colors, especially purple and gold, showing up in your peripheral vision when you think of these connections. Some of you might be experiencing more vivid dreams lately, or finding yourself suddenly inspired to create things you've never tried before. These are all signs of your growing spiritual sensitivity, helping you understand these different energies. Your guides really want you to know that this creative surge you're experiencing isn't random. It's actually a tool they're giving you to help discern which of these connections truly aligns with your highest good. They're showing me how when you're in your creative flow, when you're really connected to your intuition, you can feel the different energy signatures of these three individuals so much more clearly. I'm getting such strong guidance about the importance of documenting these creative moments, whether it's through art, writing, or even just voice notes on your phone. There's something really powerful about tracking how each of these energies influences your creative expression. Notice which one makes you feel most expanded, most supported in both your earthly journey and your spiritual growth. And you know what's so fascinating about tracking these different energies? The Queen of Pentacles just appeared in our spread, and wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This Queen energy is showing me how you've really stepped into this beautiful space of nurturing not just others, but yourself too. It's like you found this perfect balance between being spiritually connected and practically grounded. I'm feeling so strongly that this is why these three masculine energies are being drawn to you right now. You're not just attracting them with your spiritual gifts. It's this whole package of being able to create real, tangible magic in the everyday world. Remember that Empress energy we saw earlier? It's still influencing everything here, showing how your divine feminine power has been growing stronger and stronger. I keep seeing this image of a garden, like you're this master gardener of energy, knowing exactly what needs nurturing and what needs pruning. Some of you might literally be feeling called to work with plants lately, or maybe you're just finding yourself being the person everyone comes to for advice and support. That's this Queen of Pentacles energy working through you. The Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is still showing up so strongly here. This is that steady protector we talked about, but now I'm seeing how they're actually helping you build something real and lasting. They might show up with practical support, maybe helping you with a project, or just being there when you need a steady hand. This is someone who really gets the importance of building strong foundations. And that King of Cups, oh my goodness, the way this energy is interacting with your Queen of Pentacles is so beautiful. This is showing me that while you're in this space of practical mastery, this particular masculine energy is helping you stay connected to your emotional wisdom. They're like this emotional anchor, helping you navigate all these intense spiritual experiences you're having. I'm getting such clear guidance that some of you are feeling almost overwhelmed by having these 3 different energies around you. Your guides want you to know that this is completely normal. They're showing me this image of a lighthouse, and it's like you're this beacon of light right now. Of course, multiple ships are going to be drawn to your shore, but not all of them are meant to dock permanently. Your guides are really emphasizing the importance of discernment right now. You might be feeling this pull to nurture and support everyone who comes into your orbit. That's your Queen of Pentacles energy in full force. But they're showing me how essential it is to maintain healthy boundaries while you're figuring out which of these connections truly aligns with your highest good. I'm seeing repeating numbers, especially 444 and 777, showing up for many of you. These are confirmation signs from your guides that you're being divinely protected through this whole process. You don't have to figure everything out right away. Each of these masculine energies is bringing you different lessons about your own power and worth. Your intuition is getting so much stronger through all of this. Notice how you feel in your body when you interact with each of these energies. The Queen of Pentacles is all about that practical wisdom. Your body knows which energy feels most like home. And speaking of that body wisdom, wow, the Queen of Swords just flew out of the deck. This is such powerful confirmation of what we were just talking about with your discernment. Your guides are showing me how your mental clarity is really starting to match that incredible spiritual awakening you've been going through. It's like you've got this perfect balance now. That Empress energy we saw earlier is your heart center, but this Queen of Swords is your mind really waking up to help you navigate these 3 different masculine energies. I keep hearing trust what you already know. Some of you have been getting these really strong gut feelings about one of these masculine energies, but you've been second guessing yourself. This Queen of Swords is here to tell you that your first instinct was right. The King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, that strategic, protective, masculine presence is really being highlighted here. They're drawn to your newfound clarity like a moth to a flame, but there's something interesting happening. One of these masculine energies, and I need to be really honest here, is feeling a bit threatened by how clearly you're starting to see things. You might notice them trying to muddy the waters when you speak your truth, or maybe they get a little defensive when you set healthy boundaries. That's actually a huge sign from the universe about who's really meant to be in your life long term. Remember that Knight of Pentacles energy we talked about? They're showing up again here, but now I'm seeing how they're proving to be the most consistent support system through all of this. This is someone who doesn't just talk about being there for you. They show it through their actions. They might be quieter than the others, but their energy is so steady and reliable. I'm getting such strong guidance about signs you've been seeing. Have you been noticing 777 or 1111 everywhere? Your guides are using these numbers to confirm you're on the right path. Some of you have also been having these really vivid dreams about teaching or sharing your wisdom with others. That's your higher self preparing you for what's coming next in your journey. The way these cards are connecting is fascinating. The Queen of Swords with that earlier Empress energy is showing me that you're in this beautiful process of balancing your divine feminine power with this razor sharp clarity. You're starting to see right through any smoke and mirrors, and that's exactly what you need right now. Some of you might have recently found yourselves speaking up in situations where you would have stayed quiet before, or maybe you're feeling this sudden urge to organize your whole life. Your guides want you to know that this mental clarity is just as much a part of your spiritual gift as your intuition. It's like they're showing me this image of a crystal clear lake. On the surface, it's perfectly still, and you can see right through to the bottom. That's your mind right now, cutting through all the confusion about these three masculine energies. You don't need to force any decisions. Your heightened discernment is naturally going to show you which connection truly supports your growth. I keep getting this message about documenting your insights. Maybe start a journal about how each of these connections makes you feel. Notice who encourages you to speak your truth and who seems to shrink away when you stand in your power. Your guides are saying that the truth will reveal itself through consistent patterns, not just pretty words. And speaking of patterns, I'm being drawn to pull another card for deeper clarity about these masculine energies. The Six of Pentacles just emerged, and this is such interesting timing because it's showing me exactly how these three different protectors are creating this beautiful balance in your life right now. You know how sometimes the universe sends us exactly what we need, even if it seems confusing at first? That's what's happening here. I'm seeing so clearly how each of these masculine energies is actually helping balance out old karmic patterns from your past lives. It's like they each carry a piece of this bigger spiritual puzzle. Remember that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier? They're showing up in this Six of Pentacles energy as someone who's teaching you about true give and take. Some of you might have noticed that this person seems to show up exactly when you need help, but they also know when to step back and let you handle things on your own. I'm getting such strong guidance about physical signs you might be experiencing when these different energies are around you. Anyone else feeling this warmth in their heart center when one specific person is nearby? Or maybe you're getting these little shivers down your spine when you think about one of them. Your body is trying to tell you something important here. The Six of Pentacles is all about balance, and your guides are showing me how these physical sensations are actually helping you understand which energy matches your new elevated frequency. You know what's really interesting? Some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you're teaching or helping others. That's not just random. It's directly connected to how your own spiritual awakening is actually triggering growth in these masculine energies. They're drawn to your light because you're helping them evolve, even if you don't realize it yet. I keep hearing past life debts are being balanced. If you've been seeing the numbers 333 or 5555 everywhere, that's your guides confirming this message. These aren't just random connections. Each of these masculine energies is helping you heal something from your past lives. That's why everything feels so familiar, yet so new at the same time. The way this Six of Pentacles is connecting with our earlier High Priestess card is fascinating. It's showing me that your intuition about who's truly meant to be in your life long term is spot on. But here's the thing. Your guides want you to know that each of these protective energies is serving a purpose right now. Even if they're not your final destination, they're helping you balance out old karmic patterns. Some of you might be feeling almost guilty about having these three different energies in your life, but I need to tell you something important. This isn't about choosing right away. This Six of Pentacles is showing me that right now it's about allowing these natural soul contracts to play out. Your job isn't to force anything. It's to observe and trust your inner knowing. I'm seeing this really clear image of a scale slowly coming into perfect balance. That's what's happening in your energy field right now. Each interaction, each connection, each moment with these different masculine energies is helping you find your true center. Notice how you feel after spending time with each one. Pay attention to which one makes you feel more like yourself, not just who makes the biggest gestures. And that brings us right to this Three of Pentacles energy that just jumped out while I was feeling into these different masculine energies. This is so powerful because it's showing me exactly how these spiritual connections are building towards something bigger. You know how sometimes you can feel when something is being divinely constructed in your life? That's exactly what's happening here. I'm getting such clear messages about how these three different masculine energies are actually working together in the spiritual realm, even if they don't know it in the physical world. It's like they're each bringing a different element that's helping you step fully into this Empress energy we saw earlier. Remember that Knight of Pentacles energy we talked about? He's showing up here in the Three of Pentacles as this master craftsman energy, someone who's really dedicated to building something lasting. But what's fascinating is how he's working alongside that King of Cups energy we saw. They're like different aspects of divine masculine energy coming together. I'm sensing for some of you, there's been this feeling of confusion, like, why am I connecting with three different people at once? But your guides are showing me through this Three of Pentacles that this is actually a divine collaboration. Each of these connections is helping construct your highest timeline. Some of you might have been seeing the number 333 everywhere. That's a huge confirmation of this message. It's like the universe is saying, yes, this process of having these three different energies around you right now is exactly what's meant to be happening. I'm getting such strong physical sensations in my heart space right now. Some of you might be feeling this too, like a warmth or expansion when you think about one particular person out of these three. That's your body's way of recognizing soul level energy. And with this Three of Pentacles here, it's showing me that one of these connections is actually preparing to step forward in a much bigger way. The guides are showing me this image of a master builder reviewing blueprints. It's like they're trying to tell you that all of this, these different connections, these different energies, it's all part of a bigger divine plan. Some of you might have been having dreams about building or construction lately. That's not random. It's a direct message about how these spiritual connections are building towards something bigger. I'm feeling into this collaboration energy of the Three of Pentacles, and I'm seeing how it's creating this beautiful bridge between the steady Knight of Pentacles energy and that emotionally aware King of Cups energy we saw earlier. It's like these different aspects of masculine energy are teaching you different things about what you truly need in a divine partnership. Some of you might have noticed that each of these people brings out a different side of you, helps you heal a different part of yourself. Your guides want you to know that when you're feeling pulled in different directions by these energies, it's actually part of the process. Just like in the Three of Pentacles, where different craftsmen bring different skills to create something beautiful, each of these connections is bringing something unique to your spiritual growth. But I'm also getting this very clear message. You're approaching a time of greater clarity about which one truly matches your new elevated frequency. Speaking of that elevated frequency, I just pulled the Ace of Swords. And wow, this is exactly what we needed to see right now. This is showing me why you've been feeling such mental clarity starting to break through, especially about these three different connections. You know that feeling when fog starts to lift and suddenly you can see the path ahead? That's exactly what's happening here. I want to go back to that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier because it's talking to me in a really interesting way with this Ace of Swords. One of these masculine energies, and I'm really feeling it's the one who's been showing up as this steady, grounded presence. They're about to reveal something important. Some of you might have been seeing lots of 555 or 777 lately, and that's a huge confirmation of this divine timing I'm feeling. What's really fascinating is how this steady masculine energy is stepping forward now. Remember that King of Cups we saw earlier? It's like these energies are starting to sort themselves out. I'm getting this really clear message that while all three of these protective masculine energies are important to your journey, they each have very different roles to play. Not all of them are meant for romance, and that's okay. That's actually perfect divine design. I'm seeing this image of someone writing in a journal, and the guides are really emphasizing this. Some of you might have been feeling this really strong urge to write lately, to get your thoughts down on paper. That's because there's this massive download of clarity coming in. It's like your higher self is trying to communicate something really important about these connections. You know, it's interesting. While I'm holding this Ace of Swords, I'm getting this really strong message about past spiritual investments. Some of you made some really powerful choices in the past. Maybe you started meditation or you did some serious shadow work. And now those investments are starting to pay off in unexpected ways. It's like you planted these spiritual seeds and now they're all blooming at once, making you this incredible magnetic force. The Empress energy we saw earlier is getting stronger too. It's like your divine feminine energy isn't just awakening anymore. It's fully activated. And that's exactly why these three masculine energies are being drawn to you. But here's what's really important. I'm seeing this image of a solid foundation being built. One of these masculine energies, and you'll know which one because they're the most consistent, the most grounded, they're stepping forward as a foundation builder. Some of you might have been having dreams about buildings or construction lately. That's not random. It's a direct sign about this foundation building energy. Your guides are showing me that this particular connection is different from the others. While all three connections are protective, this one has a different quality to it. It's more substantial, more rooted in practical reality. You might notice this person shows up consistently, maybe not always in big dramatic ways, but in reliable, steady ways that you can count on. The energy I'm feeling with these cards is really emphasizing the importance of paying attention to how each of these connections manifests in the physical world. Words are one thing, but your guides want you to really notice the actions, the practical ways these energies show up in your life. The truth is becoming crystal clear, and it's going to be impossible to ignore. And with these energies crystallizing so clearly, your silence right now is actually your greatest power. I just pulled the Four of Swords and immediately I'm getting chills because this is such powerful validation of what you've been feeling. Some of you have been getting this really strong urge to just be quiet, to pull back and process everything that's happening. That's not just you being unsure. That's divine protection. You know, it's really interesting how this Four of Swords is talking to that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. Remember that steady, grounded, masculine energy? They're actually mirroring your analytical depth right now. They see your silence not as distance, but as wisdom. And that's huge because not everyone understands the power of strategic withdrawal the way this person does. Looking at how the Queen of Swords energy is playing with this Four of Swords, I'm getting this really clear message about your inner knowing. Some of you have been feeling like you need to explain yourself, explain why you're being quieter, why you're taking more time to yourself. But your guides are showing me that this silence is actually magnetic. It's like the less you say, the more these energies, especially that analytical protector, are drawn to understand you on a deeper level. I'm seeing numbers, specifically 404, showing up for many of you during your quiet moments, maybe during meditation or just when you're alone with your thoughts. That's a huge confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. This protective presence. I'm feeling it so strongly with the King of Cups energy. They're understanding you through your silence. They're not pushing for explanations or trying to rush your process. Your guides are showing me this image of a quiet lake, and it's so powerful because the stillness of the water allows you to see straight to the bottom. That's what's happening right now. Your silence is allowing you to see the true nature of these connections with perfect clarity. Some of you might have been having these sudden aha moments about past situations, especially during your quiet times. Trust those insights. They're divinely guided. The Four of Swords is really emphasizing this message about divine timing. I'm seeing someone writing in their journal late at night, getting these really powerful, intuitive hits about one person in particular. That's your analytical protector energy showing up, and they're matching your frequency in this really beautiful way. They're not just respecting your quiet period. They're actually protecting it. Some of you might have felt this really strong urge lately to keep certain knowledge private, to hold some things close to your chest. Your guides are saying that's absolutely perfect. This isn't about being secretive. It's about honoring your inner wisdom. The more you trust this process of quiet observation, the more these masculine energies are sorting themselves out, showing their true nature through their actions rather than their words. What's really fascinating is how this period of silence is actually speeding up the divine timing. It's like by withdrawing and really honoring your need for contemplation, you're actually accelerating the revelation of who's who in these connections. Pay special attention to the one who seems to calculate their actions, who thinks before they speak, who honors your processing time without trying to rush you through it. And speaking of that analytical protector, wow, the Ten of Pentacles just fell out of the deck as I was shuffling, and I literally got goosebumps. This is such powerful confirmation of what we were just talking about with that calculated energy. But here's what's fascinating. This isn't just about building something stable. The Ten of Pentacles is showing up right now to reveal something deeper about these three protector energies we've been seeing. Remember how we talked about the Empress energy earlier, how your divine feminine power has been amplified lately. Well, this Ten of Pentacles is directly speaking to that. I'm seeing this really clear image of a foundation being built, but it's not just any foundation. It's like this spiritual legacy that's bigger than just a romantic connection. Some of you have been feeling this urge to organize your space, maybe even declutter or rearrange things. That's not random. That's you literally making space for this legacy energy to come in. Now, looking at how this Ten of Pentacles is talking to that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, this is where it gets really interesting. Out of these three masculine energies, there's one who's been showing up in a really steady way. You might have even thought they were moving too slowly at first, but your guides are showing me that this careful pace is actually divine timing in action. They're not just thinking about the now, they're thinking about building something that lasts. The King of Cups energy we saw earlier is still very present too, and it's creating this beautiful triangle with the other cards. Some of you might have been having these really vivid dreams lately, maybe about buildings or renovation. That's your subconscious picking up on this energy of creation and foundation building. But here's the warning I'm getting. Not all of these connections are meant for that long-term legacy energy. I'm feeling this really strong message about discernment right now. You know how sometimes you can feel this immediate, powerful attraction to someone. That's beautiful. But your guides are saying that right now it's crucial to look beyond that initial pull. Some of you have been getting these random thoughts about future security, maybe even having unexpected conversations about finances or long-term plans. That's not coincidence. That's divine guidance, helping you distinguish between temporary connections and true aligned partnership. I'm seeing this image of three different paths, and what's fascinating is that each of these masculine energies serves a specific purpose in your journey. But the one who resonates with this Ten of Pentacles energy, they're the one thinking about legacy. They might not be the most outwardly expressive or the one creating the most excitement, but they're the one mapping out the future, thinking about how to build something lasting with you. Your guides are showing me this really clear sign. Some of you have been finding unexpected opportunities to create something stable, whether that's in your career or your personal life. That's actually preparation for this bigger connection that's unfolding. The key right now is to stay focused on building your own foundation while these energies reveal their true nature through their actions. Some of you might be feeling pulled to study spiritual traditions or practices lately. That's actually your higher self preparing you for this deeper connection. The Ten of Pentacles isn't just about material stability. It's about spiritual inheritance too. And one of these protectors understands that on a soul level. They see your spiritual depth and they're ready to build something that honors both the physical and spiritual aspects of partnership. You know, watching how this spiritual awakening is transforming your energy is really fascinating. While we're exploring this Ten of Pentacles energy, I just got this really strong hit about that protective presence we were talking about. Let me pull another card for clarity. The Hierophant just came forward, and right underneath it, I'm seeing the Two of Wands. This is such powerful confirmation about what we've been discussing. I need to tell you something important about this steady protector energy, the one we saw with that Knight of Pentacles earlier. They're actually stepping into a much bigger role than anyone could have expected. I'm feeling this really strong sense that while all three of these masculine energies are being drawn to your light right now, this particular one is carrying something really special. It's like they're not just thinking about building a life. They're thinking about building a legacy with you. You might have been noticing more and more signs about building and foundation lately. Maybe you're suddenly interested in home improvement shows, or you keep seeing ads about real estate, or you're having these random thoughts about future security. Your guides are showing me that these aren't random at all. They're breadcrumbs leading you toward understanding which of these connections carries that true divine counterpart energy. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number 888 for some of you. If you've been seeing this sequence, especially around thoughts of one particular person, that's a huge sign. It's like your guides are trying to show you that infinity symbol, that endless loop of abundance and protection that comes with true divine partnership. The King of Cups energy we saw earlier is still playing such an important role here. This emotional wisdom you've gained through your awakening, it's actually been preparing you for this exact moment. Some of you might have been feeling this weird sensation in your heart chakra lately, like a warmth or a gentle buzzing. That's your energy body literally adjusting to hold space for this higher vibrational connection. What's really interesting is how these three masculine energies are actually helping you heal old relationship patterns. Each one is triggering different aspects of your healing, but that steady protector, there's something really special happening there. I'm seeing this image of a key turning in a lock, but it's happening in slow motion. That's exactly how this energy is moving. Deliberately, carefully, making sure every step is aligned with divine timing. You might have been getting these really specific intuitive hits about someone's true nature lately, like you just know things about them that they haven't told you, or you can sense their energy before they even reach out. That's your heightened frequency picking up on the truth of these connections. And while all three of these masculine energies are important to your journey, there's one that feels different, more permanent, more aligned with your soul's true path. Some of you are feeling a bit impatient with this steady energy, wanting things to move faster, but your guides are showing me that this slower pace is actually sacred. It's giving you time to really understand which connection resonates most with your long-term vision. The one who's thinking about legacy isn't just planning for next week or next month. They're envisioning years, even generations ahead. Let me pull another card to understand more about this protective presence. The Four of Pentacles is showing up now, and wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This masculine energy, the one who carries that quiet strength we saw with the Knight of Pentacles earlier. They're not just protective in a surface way. This goes so much deeper. You know how sometimes you can just feel when someone's looking out for you, even if they never say it out loud. That's exactly the energy I'm picking up here. Some of you have been experiencing this lately. Maybe someone's been making sure you got home safe, or they've been quietly helping you with practical things without making a big deal about it. If this resonates, that's a huge sign about which of these three energies might be your divine counterpart. I'm getting such clear images of foundation building. This Four of Pentacles is linking directly back to that King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, and together with the Empress card, Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. It's showing me that while you're in your divine feminine power, attracting all these different masculine energies, there's one who's particularly focused on creating real, lasting security for you both. Some of you might have been seeing the number 444 everywhere lately. This is no accident. Your guides are showing me that this number sequence is directly connected to this protective masculine energy we're talking about. It's about building solid foundations, about having someone in your corner who's thinking long term. I'm feeling such strong teacher energy coming through too. This isn't just someone who wants to protect you physically or financially. They want to share their wisdom with you. You might have noticed someone in your life recently who explains things to you in a way that just makes sense, even if it's about topics you usually find confusing. That's another sign pointing to this particular masculine energy. What's really interesting is how this connects to those dreams some of you have been having. If you've been dreaming about being in safe spaces or about someone guiding you through unfamiliar territory, your subconscious is picking up on this protective presence. Your guides are showing me that while all three masculine energies are drawn to your light, this one stands out because they're not just thinking about the now, they're strategically planning for your shared future. You might have noticed yourself suddenly becoming more interested in stability lately. Maybe you're thinking more about savings or feeling drawn to create more structure in your life. That's your energy aligning with this protective masculine frequency. It's like your soul knows something your conscious mind is just starting to figure out. The way this Four of Pentacles is positioned right after seeing the Empress tells me that this isn't about someone trying to control or restrict you. It's about someone who wants to create a safe space for your divine feminine energy to fully bloom. They understand that true protection isn't about limitation. It's about providing the security you need to shine even brighter. And speaking of letting your divine feminine energy bloom, I just had such a powerful message come through about these three protective masculine energies. The Chariot card just appeared, and immediately I'm feeling this intense surge of energy that's showing me why these specific protectors have been drawn into your field right now. You know how sometimes you can feel like you're being pulled in different directions, but somehow you're still keeping your balance? That's exactly what the Chariot is highlighting here. Some of you have been having dreams about driving or being in vehicles lately. That's such a clear sign that you're learning to navigate these different protective energies around you. I'm getting such clear downloads about how each of these protectors is actually helping you grow in different ways. That King of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier, they're teaching you about building something real in the material world. Maybe you've noticed someone giving you really practical advice lately or helping you understand money or business in a new way. That's this energy working with you. Then there's this beautiful King of Cups energy. Oh, this one's so special. They're like this emotional safety net for you. You might have noticed someone who just seems to understand your feelings without you having to explain them. They're helping heal those old wounds you've been carrying, especially around trust and opening your heart. The Chariot is showing me that while these different protective energies might feel overwhelming sometimes, you're actually handling it so beautifully. Some of you have been seeing the numbers 777 or 1111 everywhere. That's your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be with this. I'm feeling this really strong tingling in my solar plexus right now, and I'm being told some of you are physically feeling these energy shifts too. It's like your body is learning to recognize which protector's energy is present at different times. Trust those physical sensations. They're your built-in guidance system. What's really fascinating is how the Chariot is showing that these aren't competing energies. They're actually complementary forces helping you step into your power. Each protector is like a mirror showing you different aspects of your own strength. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly understanding things about your past relationships that never made sense before. That's because you're seeing everything from this higher perspective now. I keep seeing this image of a triangle with light flowing between all 3 points. It's showing me that each of these protective masculine energies serves a unique purpose in your journey. The strategic one helps you build foundations. The emotional one helps you heal. And there's this third energy coming through. I feel like we're about to get some major revelations about them. Your guides are being really clear that you don't need to choose between these energies right now. It's more about learning to work with each one's unique frequency. Some days you might feel more drawn to that grounding Pentacles energy. Other days you might need that emotional support from the Cups energy. That's perfectly okay. It's all part of your growth. I'm seeing some of you sitting in meditation and feeling this strong protective presence around you. That's real. Your guides want you to know these aren't just random connections. These protective energies have been divinely orchestrated to help you during this awakening phase. And while we're talking about these protective presences, I need to tell you about this Page of Wands energy that just came through so strongly. It's like your guides are practically shoving this message in front of me right now. There's this feeling of excitement, like when you're about to discover something that changes everything. Some of you have been feeling this bubbling energy in your stomach, almost like butterflies, but it's not anxiety. It's your intuition trying to prepare you for some big revelations about these masculine energies. I keep seeing this image of 3 doors, and behind each one is one of these protective masculine energies we've been talking about. But what's really interesting is how the Page of Wands is showing me that one of them is about to step forward in a way that's going to surprise you. They might send you an unexpected message or show up in your life in a way that feels almost magical. Some of you might have already been noticing more signs about this person, maybe seeing their name everywhere or thinking about them right before they reach out. The 7 of Swords is actually showing up in a really beautiful way here. Usually, this card can point to deception, but in this case, it's showing me how one of these masculine energies has been watching you from a distance, really studying how to approach you in the right way. They've been strategic, yes, but not in a manipulative way. More like they're making sure they're worthy of your energy before they step forward. That Knight of Pentacles energy is getting stronger too. If you've been seeing coins on the ground or having random thoughts about security and stability, that's this energy trying to show you they're building something real. Some of you might have noticed someone in your life becoming more consistent, more reliable. Maybe they're showing up for you in small but meaningful ways. The King of Cups energy is deepening too. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm feeling such strong emotions coming through. Some of you might have noticed yourself crying lately for no apparent reason, or feeling waves of love and protection wash over you when you're alone. That's this energy sending you healing vibrations from the 5D realm. I'm being shown that these next few weeks are crucial. Your guides are saying this is a testing period, but not in a harsh way. It's more like they're creating situations that will help you clearly see which of these protective energies is truly aligned with your highest good. You might notice one of them becoming more prominent while the others naturally fade into the background. Trust your body's signals during this time. If you get goosebumps when thinking about someone, or if your chest feels warm and expanded in their presence, those are your guides giving you clear signs. Some of you might even start having very vivid dreams about protection or safety. Pay attention to those dreams. They're messages about which energy is truly meant to step forward as your divine counterpart. Remember how we talked about that triangle of light? Now I'm seeing it transform into a straight line of golden light, showing how these energies will naturally align themselves in the perfect order for your journey. You don't need to force anything or try to figure it out with your logical mind. Your heightened intuition will guide you exactly where you need to be. And speaking of that golden light, I need to tell you something really important that's coming through right now about these 3 protective energies. The moon card just literally jumped out of the deck. And this is huge because it's showing me there's so much more going on beneath the surface with these connections than what you can see right now. Your guides are basically screaming that there are hidden truths about to come to light. You know how we were talking about that Empress energy you've been embodying? Well, it's like you've been sitting on this spiritual throne and your increased vibration is literally pulling these masculine energies towards you like a magnet. But here's what's really interesting. Each one of them is growing and changing because of your energy. It's like you're this beautiful lighthouse and they're all sailing towards your light, but in different ways. That King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is getting stronger. This is one of your protectors who's becoming more grounded, more stable. Some of you might notice someone in your life suddenly getting their act together. Maybe they're making better decisions with money, or they're finally starting to plan for the future instead of living day to day. That's your light affecting them. And then there's this King of Cups energy that keeps showing up. This is another one of your protectors who's going through this massive emotional transformation. Some of you might have noticed someone who used to be really closed off, suddenly starting to open up to you. Maybe they're sharing their feelings more, or you've caught them looking at you with this really soft, vulnerable expression. That's your divine feminine energy helping them heal. I'm getting such strong validation right now about the number 333. If you've been seeing this number, especially when thinking about one particular person, that's your guides confirming they're one of these protective energies we're talking about. And 555 keeps flashing in my mind too. That's about big changes coming. The moon card is showing me something really interesting about past lives too. Each of these protective energies has known you before. Some of you might be feeling this really deep, almost unexplainable connection with certain people, like you've known them forever, even if you just met. That's because you have known them, just in different lifetimes. I'm seeing someone specifically who watches you when you're not looking. They think they're being subtle, but you can feel their eyes on you. This person is learning so much just from being in your presence. Your guides are showing me how your spiritual awakening is actually triggering their awakening too. It's like your energy is this key that's unlocking something deep inside them. But here's what's really important. The moon card is telling us to be patient right now. There are still some truths that need to come to the surface. I'm feeling strongly that between now and the next full moon, you're going to get some really clear signs about which of these protective energies is truly meant to step forward as your divine counterpart. Pay attention to your dreams during this time. Your guides are going to be sending you messages while you sleep. Some of you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed by all this masculine attention, by all these energies shifting around you. That's totally normal. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to figure everything out right now. Each of these protective energies is serving a specific purpose in your spiritual evolution. And your guides really want to emphasize something important about these protective energies right now. I just pulled the world card and wow, the energy is so strong with this one. This is huge because it's showing me that you're completing a major spiritual cycle with these connections. It's like you've been going through this intense soul training and now you're ready for the final test. Remember that Empress energy we talked about earlier? It's still growing stronger. And now with the world card showing up, it's like you're stepping into this whole new level of your power. Your guides are showing me this image of you surrounded by this golden light. But now it's not just glowing, it's literally transforming everything around you. And here's something really interesting about these three masculine energies. Each one of them is going through their own massive transformation because of your light. That King of Cups energy we saw earlier, he's being pushed to face his deepest emotional wounds. Some of you might notice one of these people suddenly opening up about childhood trauma or past relationship pain. That's happening because your energy is so healing, they can't keep those walls up anymore. I'm getting chills right now because I'm seeing how that Knight of Pentacles energy is being tested too. This is the steady, reliable one, but they're going through some big challenges right now. Maybe you've noticed them struggling with work or money stuff. Don't worry, though. These tests are actually helping them grow stronger. It's like they're being pushed to prove they can be that stable foundation you need. Your guides are showing me something really important about timing too. I'm seeing these clock hands spinning really fast and then suddenly stopping. This is telling me that around the time when leaves start changing colors, yes, specifically fall time, you're going to get some major clarity about these connections. And I just got goosebumps because I'm also seeing the number 555 again. That's such a strong confirmation about these big changes coming. Some of you might be feeling really emotional lately, especially around certain people. Maybe you're crying for no reason or feeling this deep sadness that doesn't seem like your own. That's because you're actually picking up on the healing journey of these masculine energies. You're so connected to them in the 5D realm that you can feel what they're going through. Your guides are showing me this really clear image of a mirror now. It's like one of these protectors is actually mirroring your own healing journey back to you. You might notice they're going through similar challenges that you faced a few months ago. That's not a coincidence. They're learning from your example, even if they don't realize it consciously. And you know those weird dreams you've been having lately? The ones where you feel like someone's protecting you or guiding you somewhere? Your guides want you to pay extra attention to those dreams right now. They're using your dream state to show you important clues about these connections. Some of you might even be dreaming about teaching or helping someone. That's because in the 5D realm, your energy is literally guiding these masculine energies toward their highest potential. The energy is getting so strong right now. I'm feeling this intense pressure in my heart center. Some of you might be feeling this too, like a warmth or tingling in your chest, especially when you think about certain people. That's your heart chakra expanding to hold all this new energy. It's also a sign that you're becoming more intuitive about these connections. You know what's amazing? Just as I'm feeling this heart chakra activation with you, I'm being guided to pull another card to understand more about these protective energies. And wow, the Knight of Swords just flew out of the deck. This is that third protective energy we've been sensing, and it's so different from the others. While that King of Cups brings emotional healing and the King of Pentacles offers stability, this Knight of Swords energy is all about mental clarity and forward movement. I'm seeing this knight like a guardian of your mind, helping you cut through all the confusion about these connections. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly getting these really clear thoughts, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. Maybe you've started planning things you never thought about before, or you're seeing solutions to old problems that seemed impossible to solve. Your guides are showing me this image of you sitting at a desk, writing things down, and there's this bright blue light around your head. That's this Knight of Swords energy working with your crown chakra, helping you download wisdom and understanding. Have you been waking up with really clear ideas lately? Or maybe you find yourself speaking wisdom that surprises even you. That's this protective energy at work. And here's something really interesting. I'm feeling that this Knight of Swords energy might show up as someone who challenges your thinking in a good way. They might seem really different from the nurturing King of Cups or the stable King of Pentacles. This person might come across as very direct, maybe even a bit intense, but they're here to help you see things from new angles. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the teaching energy we talked about earlier. With all three of these protective energies, the Kings of Cups and Pentacles, and now this Knight of Swords, they're working together like spiritual teachers. Each one is helping you master a different part of yourself. The King of Cups is teaching you about emotional wisdom, the King of Pentacles about material mastery, and this Knight of Swords about mental clarity and strategic thinking. Your guides are showing me the number 333 really clearly right now. That's huge because it's a sign of these protective energies working in perfect harmony. Some of you might start seeing this number, especially when you're thinking about these connections or when you're around certain people. It's like a little wink from the universe saying you're on the right track. I'm feeling this really strong protective shield around your crown chakra right now. It's like these three energies are creating this golden triangle of protection around you. Some of you might literally feel a tingling or warmth at the top of your head, especially when you're making important decisions or when you're around certain people. That's these protective energies working together to guard your spiritual growth. The energy is shifting now, and I'm seeing this beautiful image of you standing in your power with these 3 different colored lights surrounding you: blue for the Knight of Swords, green for the King of Pentacles, and deep purple for the King of Cups. Each one is filling you with their unique wisdom, but you're the one in control. You're the one choosing how to use these energies. Your guides want you to know that you don't have to choose between these protective energies. They each serve a different purpose in your journey. And speaking of these protective energies working together, I'm getting such a strong pull to look deeper into this third masculine energy. Let me check in with Spirit about this. Wow, the King of Swords just jumped right out of the deck. This is absolutely incredible confirmation of what we've been talking about. You see, while we were exploring those other 2 protective energies, that nurturing King of Cups and that stable King of Pentacles, this King of Swords brings something completely different to your spiritual protection. He's coming through with this incredibly sharp, clear energy. I'm seeing this beautiful blue light, almost like a laser beam of truth, cutting through any confusion or uncertainty you might have been feeling. Some of you might have noticed recently that you're getting these really sudden aha moments, like the fog is finally lifting from situations that used to seem so complicated. That's this King of Swords energy working with your crown chakra. I'm actually feeling tingles at the top of my head right now as I'm channeling this message for you. Your guides are showing me that this protective energy is specifically here to help you see the truth in all situations. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you're being taught something important or you're solving problems in your sleep. That's this King of Swords energy working with your subconscious mind. He's like this divine teacher helping you understand things on a much deeper level. You know what's fascinating? I'm seeing how these 3 masculine energies, the Kings of Cups, Pentacles, and Swords, they're forming this perfect triangle of protection around you. The King of Cups is protecting your heart and emotions. The King of Pentacles is guarding your material well-being. And this King of Swords is protecting your mind and your ability to discern truth from illusion. Some of you might be wondering, which one is my true divine counterpart? But your guides are showing me so clearly that trying to choose between them right now would be like trying to choose between air, water, and earth. You need all 3. These energies are working together in perfect harmony to support your spiritual evolution. I'm getting such strong validation about those number sequences we talked about earlier, especially 333. That number keeps flashing in my mind, and it's directly connected to these 3 protective energies. When you see this number, it's confirmation that all 3 of these energies are actively working in your life. Your crown chakra is really activating as I share this with you. Some of you might be feeling pressure or tingling at the top of your head right now. That's because this King of Swords energy is helping you download new levels of understanding. You might find yourself suddenly understanding complex spiritual concepts that used to confuse you, or having profound insights about your life path. The guides are showing me that this King of Swords energy might manifest as someone who challenges your thinking in the most positive way. They might ask questions that make you think deeply or share perspectives that completely shift your worldview. Don't be surprised if you find yourself engaged in deep, meaningful conversations that leave you feeling mentally energized and spiritually expanded. I'm also noticing how when this King of Swords energy shows up, it often brings these really clear signs that help you understand which of these protective energies you need to lean into at different times. And speaking of that understanding, I just pulled the Two of Pentacles, and oh my goodness, this makes so much sense with what we've been talking about. This Two of Pentacles is showing me how you're learning to dance with these different masculine energies in such a beautiful way. You know how sometimes you just know you need that emotional support from the King of Cups energy, while other times you're drawn to the practical guidance of the King of Pentacles. That's your intuition getting stronger, helping you balance these different kinds of support. The Empress energy we saw earlier, that's your core magnetic energy that's drawing these protectors to you. It's still glowing so strongly here. It's like your inner light has been turned up so bright that these different masculine energies can't help but be drawn to protect and support you. But what's really interesting is how each one is helping you heal different parts of your life. I'm feeling such strong tingles in my hands right now as I'm touching these cards. Your guides are showing me how that emotional healer energy, that King of Cups we talked about before, is specifically helping you trust your intuition more. Some of you might have noticed you're getting these really strong gut feelings lately, especially about people and situations. That's this energy working with you. And that King of Pentacles energy, we saw, that strategic provider energy. It's creating this really stable foundation for you to grow. Some of you might be noticing that you're handling practical matters with more confidence lately, or maybe you're feeling more secure about making big life decisions. The Two of Pentacles is showing me something really important about timing too. I keep seeing this infinity symbol that appears on this card, and your guides are saying that divine timing is playing such a crucial role right now. You might be feeling pulled in different directions by these energies, but that's actually perfect. It's helping you learn to trust your own rhythm. I'm getting such clear validation that many of you are feeling this unexplained sense of peace when certain people are around. It's like your heart chakra just opens up and you can breathe easier. That's your body's way of recognizing these protective energies when they show up in physical form. The cards are also showing me that some old relationship patterns are being healed through these new connections. It's like each of these masculine energies is helping you rewrite an old story about love, support, and protection. Some of you might be having these really vivid dreams about being protected or guided. That's your subconscious processing these healing energies. Your guides are really emphasizing how important it is to pay attention to your natural reactions to different people and situations right now. Those little moments when you feel extra safe, supported, or understood, they're like breadcrumbs leading you toward deeper understanding of how these energies are working in your life. And you know what's really interesting about those breadcrumbs we were just talking about? I'm being drawn to pull another card right now, and wow, the King of Wands has just appeared. This is absolutely incredible timing because this reveals that third protective energy we've been sensing in your field. This King of Wands brings such a different kind of protective energy compared to the other two kings we've been discussing. He's like this passionate defender, this spiritual warrior who shows up with this incredible fire energy. Some of you might have already felt this presence. It's that person who makes you feel like you can take on the world, who ignites your confidence in a way that's almost electric. I'm getting such strong chills right now because this King of Wands is creating this beautiful triangle with the King of Cups and King of Pentacles we saw earlier. Your guides are showing me how these three different masculine energies are working together to create this perfect balance of protection around you. It's like they each represent a different element of support you need right now. Remember that setback we touched on earlier? Your guides are showing me how that situation actually triggered this massive spiritual awakening that's making you even more magnetic. It's like that challenge was actually a hidden blessing that activated this deeper level of your divine feminine power. The Empress energy we saw earlier is practically glowing now, showing how your inner radiance is becoming impossible for these protective energies to resist. I keep seeing the number 555 flashing in my mind. This is such a clear sign that major life changes are happening. Many of you might be noticing this number sequence everywhere lately. That's your guides confirming that these three protective energies are all part of your divine path right now. You know, it's fascinating how this King of Wands energy specifically helps you stand in your power. While the King of Cups has been helping with emotional healing and the King of Pentacles has been providing that stable foundation, this King of Wands energy is like your spiritual cheerleader and protector all in one. He's that force that helps you speak your truth and stand your ground when needed. I am feeling such intense warmth in my heart chakra right now. Your guides are showing me how each of these masculine energies is helping heal different aspects of past wounds. It's like they're working together in this divine orchestration, each one playing their perfect part in your healing journey. Some of you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed by all these different energies showing up. That's completely normal. I'm seeing how some of you are experiencing these really intense dreams lately where protective figures keep appearing. Your subconscious is processing all these new supportive energies entering your life. It's like your spirit team is working overtime to help you integrate all these healing frequencies. The cards are showing me something really beautiful about divine timing here too. Notice how you've been feeling these really strong energy shifts around certain people lately. That's your heightened intuition helping you recognize when each of these protective energies is present. And you know what's really fascinating? Just as we're talking about recognizing these protective energies, I'm being drawn to pull another card for clarity about this first masculine energy we've been sensing. The Six of Swords is showing up right now, and oh my goodness, this makes so much perfect sense with that Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. This masculine energy we're talking about, they're like this amazing spiritual anchor for you right now. You know how sometimes when you're going through a spiritual awakening, everything can feel kind of floaty and ungrounded. Well, this person is helping you stay connected to earth while your consciousness expands. It's like they're this bridge between your everyday reality and all these new spiritual insights you're receiving. I'm getting such strong confirmation about this. Some of you have been feeling this really warm, steady energy around your root chakra lately, especially when you're around this person. That's their energy helping you stay grounded while all these big changes are happening. And I keep seeing the number 444 flashing in my mind when I tune into their energy. That's such a powerful sign of protection and stability. You know what's really interesting? Looking at how this Six of Swords is connecting with that Empress energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that this person is actually helping you process all these new spiritual downloads you're getting. They might not even realize they're doing it, but their practical, steady presence is helping you make sense of all these higher realm concepts you're connecting with. I'm feeling this really strong message coming through right now. Some of you have been finding it easier to explain spiritual concepts lately, especially when this person is around. It's like their energy helps you translate all this complex spiritual wisdom into practical, everyday language. That's such a beautiful gift they're bringing to your journey. But here's something important your guides want you to know. Don't mistake their steady, grounding energy for stagnation. This Six of Swords is all about moving forward just in a very balanced way. Recently, some of you might have noticed that after feeling really chaotic or overwhelmed, just being in this person's presence helps you feel more centered and clear-headed. That's their protective energy working with your field. I'm seeing some really beautiful visions of teaching and learning experiences coming up between you and this person. Some of you might have been having dreams about being in a classroom or sharing knowledge somehow. That's your higher self showing you how this connection is helping you grow and understand your spiritual gifts better. The way this Six of Swords is positioned next to the King of Pentacles we saw earlier, it's showing me that this person isn't just protecting you physically. They're actually helping you create this really safe space for your spiritual growth. They're like this steady lighthouse while you're navigating these new spiritual waters. Their energy signature perfectly matches what you need right now for stable, sustainable growth. Your guides are showing me how you might be suddenly finding practical solutions to problems that used to stump you. That's their energy helping you bridge the gap between your spiritual insights and your everyday life. They're teaching you in their own quiet way how to bring heaven down to earth. And speaking of bringing heaven down to earth, I'm feeling such a strong pull to explore this second protective energy that's showing up for you right now. The cards are literally jumping in my hands as I shuffle. There's such urgency around this message. When I look at this Ten of Pentacles that just came forward, I'm getting chills all over my body. This is showing me something so beautiful about how these three masculine energies are working together in your field. You see, while that first protector we talked about was helping you stay grounded, this Ten of Pentacles is revealing how all three of these energies are actually building something much bigger together. It's like they're each adding their own special ingredient to the spiritual recipe that's cooking up in your life right now. I'm hearing the word foundation so strongly, not just any foundation, but one that's going to last for generations. Some of you have been feeling this really intense warmth in your heart center, especially when you think about certain people in your life. That's no accident. Your guides are showing me how these three masculine energies are actually helping to open different chambers of your heart that maybe have been closed off for protection. It's like each one holds a different key. And together, they're helping you access parts of yourself that you couldn't reach before. I'm seeing this really clear vision right now of a triangle of light forming around you. Each of these masculine energies is positioned at one of the points, creating this protective field that's actually raising your vibration. That's why you might be noticing more people being drawn to you lately. Your frequency is literally becoming magnetic. Some of you have even been having dreams about being in a sacred space or temple, and I'm hearing that's your higher self showing you how these energies are creating this spiritual sanctuary around you. Looking at how this 10 of Pentacles is connecting with the kings we saw earlier. Oh my goodness. This is so beautiful. Each of these masculine energies isn't just protecting you. They're actually teaching you how to protect yourself. The King of Pentacles energy we saw is showing you how to build strong boundaries. The King of Cups is helping you trust your emotional wisdom. And this third energy, I'm getting such strong downloads about their role. You might have been noticing repeating numbers lately, especially 555 or 1111. That's your guides confirming these massive shifts happening in your energy field. Some of you have even been feeling randomly emotional lately, or having these spontaneous moments of just knowing things without knowing how you know them. That's because these protective energies are actually helping activate your own intuitive gifts. This 10 of Pentacles is showing me that what's being built right now isn't just for you. It's creating this beautiful ripple effect that's going to impact so many others. I'm seeing some of you suddenly finding yourself in teaching roles or having people come to you for advice more often. That's because as these masculine energies help awaken different aspects of your divine feminine power, you're naturally becoming this beacon of light for others. The way these cards are laying out, it's almost like they're forming a path. I'm getting such strong guidance about how each of these protectors is actually illuminating a different part of your spiritual journey. One is showing you your strength, another your wisdom, and the third, oh, this is interesting. They're showing you how to bridge between different worlds, different ways of being. And this bridging between worlds that this third protector is showing you, it's so fascinating because right as I say that, the 9 of Pentacles comes forward with such powerful energy. This is really confirming everything we've been talking about with your independence and how it's actually making you more magnetic, not less. I keep hearing your garden is blooming, and that's exactly what this 9 of Pentacles represents. It's you standing in your own beautiful garden that you've created through all your hard work and spiritual growth. You know how lately you might have been feeling more comfortable in your own skin. Maybe you've noticed you don't need other people's approval as much anymore, or you're actually enjoying your alone time more than ever. That's this 9 of Pentacles energy working with that King of Pentacles we saw earlier. Together, they're showing me how one of these protective masculine energies, the one that feels most grounded and stable, has been quietly watching your growth from a distance. They're so impressed by how you've been building your own foundation. I'm getting such strong chills right now because this stable masculine energy, they're not just watching, they're actually learning from you. Isn't that amazing? While you might think they're this strong protective force, and they're equally inspired by your ability to stand on your own. It's like you're teaching them about inner strength while they're teaching you about feeling protected and supported. Some of you have been noticing more abundance coming your way lately, maybe small, unexpected gifts or opportunities that seem to fall into your lap. I'm hearing that's because you're finally learning to receive instead of just give all the time. This 9 of Pentacles working with that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we saw before, it's creating this beautiful balance between independence and support. Oh, this is interesting. I'm seeing this image of a bird feeder in a garden. Some of you might literally have been thinking about setting up a bird feeder or working in your garden. But spiritually, it's showing me how you're learning to create spaces that naturally attract the right energies to you. You don't have to chase or pursue anymore. By focusing on your own growth and nurturing your own space, you're actually drawing in exactly the support you need. The Queen of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is dancing with this Nine of Pentacles in such a beautiful way. Together, they're showing me that your nurturing energy combined with your growing independence is what's making you so irresistible to these protective masculine forces. But here's the key message coming through. You're not becoming more attractive despite your independence. You're becoming more attractive because of it. I'm feeling guided to pull another card for clarity about this grounded, protective energy that's been watching your growth. But first, I need to share this message that's coming through so strongly. Some of you have been feeling almost guilty about focusing on yourself lately, like maybe you're being selfish. Your guides want you to know that this self-focus is actually part of your spiritual assignment right now. It's not just about you. It's about showing others what it looks like to truly value yourself. And you know what's so fascinating about this self-focused journey. Just as I'm saying that, the Hierophant appears and the energy shift is incredible. This is that teacher energy we've been sensing around you, and it's directly connected to that King of Pentacles we saw earlier. This masculine energy isn't just coming in as a protector. They're coming in as a spiritual mentor, someone who can help you understand these deep wisdom teachings that have been showing up in your life lately. I know some of you have been having these really vivid dreams about being in classrooms, or maybe you keep finding yourself in situations where you're teaching others without even trying. That's because this masculine energy sees something in you that you might not even fully see in yourself yet. They recognize your spiritual potential, your ability to not just learn, but to share wisdom with others. The way the Hierophant is positioned next to the Empress energy we saw earlier, it's showing me how your divine feminine magnetism isn't just attracting romance, it's attracting spiritual wisdom. Some of you might have been seeing the numbers 555 or 333 everywhere lately. That's your guides confirming you're ready for this deeper level of spiritual understanding. This protective masculine energy, they carry ancient wisdom, but they're not going to overwhelm you with it. I'm seeing them more like a bridge, helping you understand these complex spiritual concepts in a way that feels natural and grounded. You know how sometimes you'll suddenly understand something really deep and spiritual, and you can't even explain how you know it. That's this energy working with you already. The Hierophant's presence is showing me that some of you have been feeling drawn to study ancient wisdom traditions, maybe picking up books about spiritual topics that you wouldn't normally read. That's not random. It's preparation for this connection. The way these cards are speaking to each other is really beautiful. That King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, it's like they're working hand in hand with the Hierophant, showing that this protection comes through knowledge. This masculine energy wants to protect you by helping you understand your own power, your own connection to divine wisdom. They're not here to tell you what to think. They're here to help you remember what your soul already knows. I keep hearing ancient meets modern, like this person knows how to take timeless wisdom and make it make sense in today's world. Some of you might have recently met someone who seems to know exactly what you need to learn next. Or maybe you've been feeling really protected whenever you step into new spiritual territory. That's this energy working with you, creating a safe space for your spiritual expansion. The Empress and Hierophant together are showing me something really important about this connection. It's a perfect balance of divine, feminine, and masculine energies. While you've been embracing your Empress energy, cultivating your own garden of wisdom, this masculine energy has been preparing to help you understand the deeper mysteries of your own power. They're not here to overshadow you, but to help illuminate the path you're already walking. I'm feeling such strong guidance to remind you that your recent experiences of feeling more spiritually aware, more tuned in to the universe, that wasn't just random. Your guides are showing me how each seemingly small spiritual insight you've had lately has been preparing you for this teaching connection. This masculine energy recognizes your readiness for deeper understanding, even if you sometimes doubt it yourself. And you know what's really interesting about this spiritual protection that's coming in? As I sit with this energy, I'm being shown so clearly how each of these masculine energies is actually reflecting back different parts of you that are ready for healing. You might have been feeling this resistance lately, especially when it comes to letting these protective energies get close to you. That's completely normal. And your guides want you to know that this resistance is actually a sign that you're ready for deeper healing. The Eight of Swords just came forward so strongly, and it's showing me something really important about where you are right now. Some of you have been feeling stuck, maybe even a bit overwhelmed by all this attention and protective energy coming your way. You might be thinking, I'm not ready, or I don't deserve this kind of support. I need you to know that these thoughts aren't random. They're coming up because you're ready to heal them. Let's look at how each of these protective energies is working with you. Remember that King of Pentacles we saw earlier? He's that grounded, protective provider energy, and he's triggering all those old beliefs about whether you deserve to be supported. Maybe you've been pushing away help lately, especially when it comes to practical matters. Your guides are showing me that this isn't just about money or resources. It's about your fundamental belief in your worthiness to receive. Then we have that King of Cups energy. Oh, this is where it gets really interesting. He's that emotional healer, that deeply nurturing masculine energy. And I'm seeing how some of you almost flinch when this kind of support shows up. It's like you've built these walls around your heart, thinking they're protecting you, but they're actually keeping out the very healing you're asking for. Have you been noticing yourself getting uncomfortable when someone tries to really see you, to understand your emotional world? And that King of Swords energy, wow, this is powerful. He's that truth teller, that clarity bringer, and he's showing me how some of you have been using your intellect as a shield. You might find yourself overanalyzing everything, trying to figure out the why behind every interaction. Your guides are showing me that this is actually your soul's way of trying to feel safe before opening up to these new connections. I'm being shown that many of you have been seeing the number 888 repeatedly, especially during moments when you're questioning whether you should let these protective energies closer. That's not a coincidence. It's your guides confirming that you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you might even be feeling this physical tension in your solar plexus when you think about letting down your guards. That's your body's way of showing you where these old protection patterns are stored. You know what's really beautiful about this Eight of Swords energy, though? It's showing me that these limitations you're feeling right now, they're temporary. They're like training wheels that your soul put in place until you were ready to ride freely. And guess what? The fact that you're seeing these patterns so clearly now means you're ready to start taking those training wheels off. And that's exactly why this Eight of Swords showing up right now is so meaningful. I keep getting this message about confusion being created on purpose. It's like someone's trying to keep you feeling stuck in your head about these three different energies. And I need to tell you something really important about that. You know how sometimes you wake up from a dream and you just can't shake this feeling of being watched? I'm getting this really strong message that some of you have been experiencing this, especially around 3 a.m. That's not random. That's these three different masculine energies trying to connect with you in the spiritual realm. But here's the thing. One of them is actually creating more confusion than clarity. I'm feeling this pressure right at my crown chakra as I say this, and that's usually a sign that this is really important truth coming through. Someone listening needs to hear this. Just because someone says they're protecting you doesn't mean they're not actually trying to control you. Big difference between protection and possession, and your guides really want you to understand this right now. The Eight of Swords is showing me that you might be feeling trapped by your own thoughts about these connections. Like you can't see clearly because there's too much going on. But look at how this links back to those three kings we saw earlier, especially that King of Swords energy. He's all about truth and clarity. But sometimes that sharp sword energy can actually cut us off from our feelings. You know what I mean? I'm getting this really strong message about someone who talks a really good game about emotional connection, but when it comes down to it, they're not actually available. They're using big words and intellectual conversations to mask their emotional unavailability. Does that resonate with anyone? Because your guides are showing me this is a really important pattern to recognize. You might have recently had this big aha moment about someone from your past, and it's making you question everything about these current connections. That's actually perfect timing. It's divine timing working to help you see clearly. Some of you might have even felt this weird tension between wanting to make a practical, logical choice and following your heart. That's because these energies are pushing you to finally break free from some old karmic patterns. The guides are showing me that each of these protective energies, these three kings, they're actually helping you see different parts of yourself that need healing. But here's what's really interesting. They're also showing me that one of these connections feels different from the others. There's one that doesn't try to push or pull you in any direction. One that just feels peaceful. That's the energy you want to pay attention to. And speaking of peace, I'm getting this really clear message about paying attention to your body's responses when you interact with each of these energies. Your body never lies. Notice if you feel tense or relaxed, if your stomach knots up, or if you can breathe easily. These physical signs are your divine guidance system helping you figure out which energy is truly aligned with your highest good. And let me tell you something else my guides are showing me right now about these physical signs. The world card just literally jumped out of my deck as I was saying this. When I see the world showing up right after we were talking about these three different masculine energies, it's like the universe is screaming at me about completion. This isn't just any kind of completion though. It's like these three protective energies have been circling you, each playing their own special part in getting you ready for something bigger. Remember how we saw those kings earlier? Well, they're all showing up again in my mind right now, but in such a different way. That King of Pentacles energy, he's the one who's been teaching you about standing strong in your worth. Some of you might have noticed someone coming into your life recently who's really stable, maybe giving you practical advice about money or career stuff. That's not random. That's this protective energy helping you build a stronger foundation. Then there's our King of Cups friend. Oh my goodness, I just got chills talking about this one. He's that energy that shows up when you're feeling overwhelmed, bringing this calm, peaceful vibe. Maybe you've noticed someone who just knows exactly what to say when you're feeling emotional, or there's this person who helps you process your feelings without judging you. That's this protective energy at work. And then we have the King of Swords. You know, it's funny, my third eye is tingling so strongly right now talking about this one. This is the energy that's been helping you see through all the confusion. Some of you might have someone in your life who always tells you the straight truth, even when it's hard to hear. They're like your personal truth detector. The world card is showing me that these aren't just random connections. They're all part of this divine plan to help you level up spiritually. You know how sometimes you wake up with this feeling like you just learned something really important in your dream? Your guides are telling me many of you have been having these teaching moments in your sleep, especially around 3:33 in the morning. That's when the veil is thinnest, and these protective energies can reach you most easily. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number 555 showing up for some of you too. If you've been seeing this number everywhere, that's a huge sign that these big changes around these protective energies are absolutely divinely timed. It's like each of these masculine energies is helping you heal a different part of yourself: mind, heart, and spirit. Some of you might be feeling this warmth in your heart center right now as I'm talking about this. That's your body confirming which of these energies is most aligned with your journey right now. Your guides are showing me that you've been getting help from unexpected places lately, like someone showing up just when you needed them, or getting exactly the right advice from a random conversation. That's these protective energies working through different people to reach you. But here's what's really interesting about the world card showing up right now. It's telling us that you're about to understand why all three of these protective energies had to be present in your life at the same time. It's like they've each been holding a piece of a puzzle, and now that puzzle is finally starting to come together. And right as I'm saying this about the puzzle pieces coming together, the Seven of Pentacles literally just jumped out of my deck. This is so powerful because it's showing me exactly how these three protective masculine energies are working together right now. You know how when you plant a garden, you have to wait patiently for everything to grow? That's exactly what's been happening with these three different energies around you. Let me be really clear about what I'm seeing with each of these protectors. That Knight of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier, he's still showing up so strongly, but now I'm understanding his deeper purpose. He's not just about bringing stability. He's actually helping you build something that's going to last for generations. I'm seeing this energy specifically working through someone who might be teaching you about investments or maybe helping you understand your worth in a very practical way. For some of you, this might be someone who's actually helping you start a business or make better money choices. The King of Cups energy is doing something really beautiful too. I'm getting such strong chills right now. This energy is actually helping heal some really deep emotional wounds that go back through your family line. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly able to handle emotional situations that would have thrown you off balance before. That's this protective energy at work. It's like having a spiritual therapist working with you on the other side. And that King of Swords energy, wow. My crown chakra is literally buzzing right now. He's been clearing out old thought patterns that have been holding you back. You might have noticed you're thinking much more clearly lately, especially about situations that used to confuse you. This energy is like a spiritual bodyguard for your mind, helping you see through any mental fog or confusion. I'm seeing this really clear image of these three energies forming like a triangle of protection around you. It's almost like they're creating this sacred space for you to grow and transform safely. Some of you have been feeling this, like you're somehow protected even when things around you are chaotic. You might be seeing the number 333 everywhere, or maybe 777. These are huge confirmations that this protection is real and active. I'm also getting this really strong message about dreams. Some of you have been having these really vivid dreams where you feel like you're being taught something important, or maybe you're dreaming about being protected or guided by someone. Your guides are showing me that these dreams are actually how these protective energies are communicating with you when your conscious mind is quiet. The Seven of Pentacles is telling me something really important about timing here. You might be feeling impatient to know which of these energies is your true divine counterpart, but there's this really necessary integration period happening right now. It's like each of these protective energies needs to complete their specific mission in your life before the full truth can be revealed. Some of you might be feeling this sense of anticipation, like something big is about to happen. Speaking of something big about to happen, the Two of Pentacles just came forward, and wow, the energy shift here is incredible. I'm feeling this really strong message about how you're naturally starting to balance these three different masculine energies. It's like you're becoming this master juggler of energy, but in the most effortless way. Your guides are showing me how your recent spiritual growth is actually making this so much easier than it would have been even a few months ago. You know how sometimes you can just feel when someone's energy isn't quite right, even if they're saying all the right things? That's exactly what's happening with you right now. Your frequency has gotten so high that you're naturally filtering out any energies that don't match your truth. I'm seeing this really clear image of how each of these masculine energies is being tested by your new vibration. It's like they each have to prove their authenticity in their own way. Remember that King of Cups we saw earlier? He's showing up again, but now I'm seeing how he's specifically helping you heal those deep emotional wounds you might not even know you had. Some of you have been having these really intense dreams lately where You're dealing with past situations, but responding differently. That's this energy working with you while you sleep. It's so beautiful. It's like having a soul therapist working overtime. The King of Swords energy is still so strong too. I'm getting chills as I say this because he's showing me how he's been clearing out those old thought patterns that kept you stuck. You might have noticed you're suddenly able to see through situations that used to confuse you. Like maybe you're catching yourself before falling into old patterns, or you're speaking your truth more clearly than ever before. And that King of Pentacles energy, oh my goodness, the way he's showing up is so powerful. He's like this grounding force that's helping you stay stable while all this intense spiritual growth is happening. Some of you might have noticed unexpected help showing up with practical matters, maybe financial advice or career opportunities that seem to come out of nowhere. That's this energy working to protect your material world while you're going through this spiritual upgrade. I'm being shown this really clear message about timing right now. Your guides are saying that each of these energies is perfectly timed for your evolution. You might be feeling pulled in different directions, like you need to choose between them, but I'm seeing that each one is actually serving a specific purpose in your journey. It's like they're each holding a piece of your spiritual puzzle, and trying to rush the process would actually work against you. I keep seeing this image of a garden with different plants growing at different rates. Some sprout quickly, but take longer to flower, while others might seem slow at first, but end up producing the most abundant harvest. That's exactly what's happening with these masculine energies. Each one is growing and revealing itself in divine timing, and your increased spiritual awareness is helping you understand exactly what each one is meant to teach you. I'm actually getting such strong validation about this garden metaphor through the Knight of Wands that just jumped out of the deck. This is really interesting because while we were talking about these different growth rates, this knight shows up with this really urgent message about divine timing. I'm feeling this rush of energy telling me that you're about to have this huge breakthrough in understanding how these three protective masculine energies are actually preparing you for something much bigger. The Knight of Wands carries this really passionate, truthful energy, and he's showing me how you're starting to feel these moments of complete clarity about which of these connections truly resonates with your soul. Some of you might be feeling this as actual physical warmth in your heart when you think of or interact with one particular person. Your guides are telling me this is absolutely not random. It's a direct sign of energetic alignment. But here's what's really fascinating. I'm being shown how each of these protectors is actually teaching you something different about your own power. It's like they're holding up these different mirrors, helping you see parts of yourself you couldn't recognize before. You might have noticed lately that you're handling situations differently, maybe speaking up where you used to stay quiet, or feeling strangely confident in areas where you used to doubt yourself. That's the direct result of these protective energies working with your heightened frequency. I'm getting such a clear message about dreams right now. Have any of you been having these really vivid dreams where you're being taught something, or maybe dreams where you're in a classroom or learning environment? Your guides are showing me that this is actually happening on a soul level. These protectors are working with you even while you sleep, helping you process and integrate these higher frequencies you're now able to hold. The number 33 keeps flashing in my mind as I'm talking about this, And I'm being told this is a direct confirmation that you're being divinely guided through this process. Some of you might have been seeing this number everywhere lately, especially when thinking about these connections. That's your spiritual team letting you know you're exactly where you need to be, even if things feel confusing right now. I need to emphasize something really important that's coming through. This current state of confusion about these three energies isn't an accident or a problem to be solved. Your guides are actually showing me how it's serving as a form of protection. It's like they're deliberately maintaining this slight veil until you've fully integrated the lessons each protector is here to teach you. Think about it. Have you noticed how whenever you feel like you figured it out, something new reveals itself that makes you question everything again? That's actually perfect divine timing at work. What's really beautiful about this Knight of Wands energy is how it's showing that you're building up to this moment of pure clarity. I'm seeing this image of fog clearing, but it's happening in layers. Each protector is helping clear away different kinds of fog: emotional fog, mental fog, practical fog. And when all three have done their work, that's when you'll have this massive revelation about your true divine counterpart. Some of you might be feeling this building already, like there's this growing sense of knowing in your gut, even if your mind isn't quite there yet. And you know what's so fascinating about this gut knowing that's building? I'm seeing how each of these protective masculine energies is actually helping you develop different aspects of your own inner wisdom. The Six of Pentacles just fell out of the deck, and this is such a powerful confirmation of what I'm feeling. This card is all about give and take, and it's showing up right now to reveal something really important about how these three protectors are working in your life. I keep hearing each gift has its purpose so strongly. You see, that King of Cups energy we saw earlier, he's teaching you how to heal those deep emotional wounds, especially around love and trust. Some of you might notice that you're suddenly able to talk about past hurts without feeling that familiar sting, or you're finding yourself naturally setting better boundaries in relationships. That's his protective energy at work. Then there's that King of Pentacles energy. Oh, this is interesting. As I'm mentioning him, I'm seeing this image of a garden again, but this time it's about teaching you your true worth. Some of you might be experiencing unexpected financial opportunities or practical support showing up just when you need it. Your guides are showing me that this isn't just about money. It's about learning that you deserve abundance in all its forms. And that King of Swords we discussed, he's clearing away those mental cobwebs that have been making you doubt your intuition. You might notice you're getting these sudden aha moments about situations or relationships that confused you before. I'm actually feeling tingles at my crown chakra right now. That's such a strong confirmation that this is about higher wisdom coming through. The Six of Pentacles is really emphasizing something crucial here. It's showing me that there's this delicate balance happening. You might feel pulled in different directions by these three energies, and that's okay. Some days you might feel more connected to the emotional healing. Other days, you're focused on practical growth, and sometimes it's all about mental clarity. Your guides are showing me that this is perfectly orchestrated. I'm getting such strong chills about the number 5555 right now. Have any of you been seeing this number? It's a huge sign of change and transformation, and it's directly connected to how these protective energies are helping you evolve. You're being prepared for something really beautiful. But first, you need to master these different aspects of receiving emotional support, receiving abundance, and receiving wisdom. The Six of Pentacles has this really interesting message about reciprocity too. I'm hearing that some of you might be worried about becoming too dependent on these protective energies, but your guides want you to know that this is actually teaching you about healthy interdependence. It's okay to lean into support while maintaining your sovereignty. In fact, I'm seeing how each protector is actually helping you become more independently powerful in their own way. What's really beautiful is how these energies are working together. When you have a challenging day, notice which protective energy shows up strongest. Some of you might find that during emotional moments, you feel that King of Cups energy more strongly, offering comfort and understanding. During practical challenges, the King of Pentacles energy might be more prominent, helping you stay grounded and focused on long-term stability. And speaking of these protective energies working together, I just got the strongest pull to draw another card. The Two of Cups just emerged, and wow, the energy shift in the room is so powerful right now. This card is showing up in such a meaningful position, revealing something deeper about these connections that's been hidden until now. I'm actually getting goosebumps as I look at this card because it's showing me how these three protective energies aren't just working separately. They're creating this beautiful triangle of protection around you. You know how sometimes when you're learning something new, different teachers help you understand it in different ways? That's exactly what's happening here on a soul level. Each of these masculine energies is like a different teacher, but they're all working together to help you step into your full power. I keep seeing this image of a beautiful crystal prism where white light enters and splits into different colors. Each protector is like a different color of the same divine light. I'm hearing really clearly that some of you have been having these recurring dreams lately, maybe about being in a safe place or being guided through something challenging. That's such a powerful validation of how these energies are working with you, even in your sleep. Your guides are showing me that these aren't just regular dreams. They're actually spiritual training sessions. The Two of Cups is really interesting here because traditionally it's about partnerships, but in this position, it's revealing something much deeper. I'm sensing that for many of you, you've been feeling this weird mix of energies lately, like sometimes you feel super practical and grounded. That's the King of Pentacles energy. Then suddenly you're deep in your emotions, King of Cups. And then you get these moments of crystal clear insight, King of Swords. It might have felt confusing, but this Two of Cups is confirming that it's all part of a divine plan. I keep hearing triangulation of protection over and over. Think about it. A triangle is one of the strongest shapes in nature. These three masculine energies are creating this powerful protective structure around you. Some of you might be physically feeling this, like a warmth around your crown chakra or sudden peaceful feelings when you're stressed. That's them working together to support you. The Two of Cups is also showing me something really beautiful about timing. I'm seeing this image of three streams of water merging into one river, and I'm hearing that as your frequency continues to rise, you'll start to notice how these different protective energies start to flow together more smoothly. Some of you might already be experiencing this, like when you're making practical decisions, King of Pentacles, but you're also totally in tune with your emotions, King of Cups, and your mental clarity is sharp, King of Swords. Your guides want you to know that this isn't about choosing between these energies. It's about learning to work with all of them. The Two of Cups is showing me that there's this deeper soul connection forming, but it's not just about romantic love. It's about this beautiful fusion of protection, guidance, and support that's helping you evolve. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number 333 right now. Have any of you been seeing this? It's another validation of this divine triangle of protection that's forming around you. And for those of you who've been feeling like you're being pulled in different directions, your guides want you to know that it's all part of the process of learning to balance these different energies. And just as I'm reflecting on these triple numbers and divine triangle energies, I'm being called to pull another card. The Star card just appeared, and I have to pause because the energy shift in the room is absolutely incredible. This card is coming through with such perfect divine timing, especially as we're talking about these three masculine energies and how they're working to protect and support you. I need to share something that's coming through so strongly right now. Many of you have been having this strange push-pull feeling lately when it comes to accepting help or protection from others. Maybe you've had a dream recently where someone was trying to protect you, but you felt uncomfortable or resistant, or perhaps you've noticed yourself getting defensive when someone offers to help you, even though deep down you know their intentions are good. Your guides want you to know that this reaction is completely normal and actually holds a really important message about your journey. The Star card is showing me this beautiful image of healing, but what's interesting is I'm seeing it through three different lenses, almost like looking through three different windows. Through the first window, I see this King of Pentacles energy trying to show you that you deserve material support and abundance. Some of you might have recently received an unexpected offer of practical help, maybe financial advice or someone offering to help with a project, and you felt this immediate urge to say, no, I can handle it myself. Through the second window, this King of Cups energy is working so gently to help heal those old trust wounds. I'm hearing that some of you have had experiences in the past where accepting emotional support meant giving up your independence, and that's created this protective barrier. But notice how when this particular energy is around, you feel this warmth in your solar plexus. That's a sign of safe, genuine support. The third window with this King of Swords energy is helping you see things from a completely new perspective. I'm getting such a clear message that some of you have been having these sudden realizations about past situations where your independence was compromised and how that's affecting your ability to accept support now. But here's the beautiful thing. These three protective energies aren't asking you to give up your power. They're actually here to help you expand it. The star card is really emphasizing this healing journey, but it's showing me something so specific. It's like each of these masculine energies is carrying a different key to unlock different parts of your healing. Some of you might notice that you feel most resistant to one particular type of support. Maybe you're okay with practical help, but emotional support makes you nervous, or vice versa. Your guides want you to pay attention to these patterns because they're showing you exactly where the deepest healing needs to happen. I'm seeing this image of a door that has 3 different locks, and each of these masculine energies holds a specific key. But here's the interesting part. You're the one who decides when to use each key. You're not giving up your power by accepting their protection. You're actually stepping more fully into it. The star card is showing me that this is all about learning to receive support in a way that makes you feel more powerful, not less. Your guides are showing me these beautiful moments of validation starting to appear in your life. It might be small things at first. Maybe someone offers to help in a way that actually makes things easier instead of more complicated. Or you might notice that when you do accept support, it leads to unexpected opportunities for growth. And you know what's fascinating? Just as we're talking about these validations and support showing up, I'm getting such a powerful surge of energy around the Ace of Swords that just appeared. This is really interesting timing because it's showing me exactly how these 3 masculine energies are working in your life right now. Let me tell you what I'm seeing so clearly. This Ace of Swords is cutting through any confusion about why these specific protectors are showing up for you right now. I'm seeing such a clear image. It's like each of these kings is standing at a different corner of a triangle, creating this perfect energetic shield around you. And what's really beautiful about this is how each one is showing up exactly when you need their specific type of protection. Remember that King of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier? He's getting even stronger now. I'm seeing him really clearly. This is someone who knows how to build things that last. Some of you might have recently had someone come into your life who's giving really practical advice about money or career. Maybe they're helping you see opportunities you didn't notice before. This isn't just random. It's divinely orchestrated protection for your material world. And that King of Cups we saw, his energy is shifting in such an interesting way now. He's showing up as this incredible emotional protector, but not in the way you might expect. I'm getting this really strong message that some of you have been having these deep, meaningful conversations lately, maybe with someone who just seems to understand your feelings without you having to explain them. That's this King of Cups energy working to protect your heart while helping you heal. The King of Swords energy is becoming so crystal clear now too. This is fascinating. I'm seeing him almost like a spiritual bodyguard for your mind. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly able to see through situations that used to confuse you. Maybe you're finding it easier to make decisions, or you're finally understanding why certain past experiences happened the way they did. I keep seeing this number 3333 flashing in my mind, and I need to tell you why this is so important right now. This number is a direct message from your guides about these 3 protectors. It's like they're saying, yes, you're noticing these energies for a reason. Some of you might have been seeing this number everywhere, on clocks, receipts, license plates. That's not a coincidence. Your guides are showing me something else too. They're showing me a warm golden light around your heart chakra. Some of you might have been feeling this physical warmth in your chest area, especially when you're thinking about decisions or when you're feeling uncertain. That's your body's way of confirming when these protective energies are around you. You don't need to figure out right away which of these energies is your divine counterpart. What's really important right now is noticing how each one shows up to protect you in different ways. When you're worried about money or practical matters, notice who steps in to help. When you're dealing with emotional challenges, pay attention to who creates that safe space for you. When you need clarity and wisdom, observe who helps you see things more clearly. I'm getting such a strong message about patience here. Your guides are showing me this beautiful image of a garden growing. You can't rush the flowers to bloom, just like you can't rush this divine orchestration. Each of these protectors is serving a specific purpose in your journey right now. Some of you might be feeling this urge to choose or to figure it all out right away, but that's not what this moment is about. And what's really beautiful about this divine timing is how it's all connecting to your material abundance too. The King of Pentacles energy we discussed earlier is getting even stronger now, and I need to tell you why this is so significant. This protective provider energy isn't just about money. It's about building something much bigger. I'm seeing such a clear vision of the Ten of Pentacles appearing right now. And wow, this is exactly what your guides wanted me to see. This card is showing up with this incredible golden glow around it. Some of you might have been dreaming about big houses lately, or finding yourself drawn to looking at beautiful buildings. That's not random at all. Your guides are showing me that one of these masculine energies, specifically this strategic provider energy, is helping create something that's going to last for generations. You know what's fascinating? Some of you have recently started feeling unusually calm about money, even if the world around you seems chaotic. Maybe you've noticed unexpected opportunities showing up, or people randomly offering to help you with practical matters. This is such a clear sign that your frequency has shifted to a place where abundance naturally flows to you. I keep seeing the number 8 flashing in my mind while I'm looking at these cards. Your guides are showing me that this number is connected to abundance, but not just any kind of abundance. We're talking about the kind that creates lasting impact. Some of you might have been seeing this number everywhere, and now you know why. This Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is becoming even more pronounced now. It's like this steady protective force that's working behind the scenes. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly giving really practical advice to others, even though you never saw yourself as the practical one before. That's this energy working through you. The fear you used to carry about never having enough, I can see it dissolving right before my eyes. Your guides are showing me this image of old chains falling away, and it's so powerful because it's connected to some really deep past life stuff around security and worth. You've done such important work healing these old wounds, and now it's manifesting in really tangible ways. I need to tell you something really important about this strategic provider energy. They carry this ancient wisdom about building wealth, but not just financial wealth. We're talking about spiritual wealth too. Some of you might have recently had this sudden clarity about your career or life purpose. That's not a coincidence. It's this energy helping you see the bigger picture of how your material success is actually going to support your spiritual mission. Your guides are showing me this beautiful vision of a foundation being built. It's like watching this massive, solid structure coming together piece by piece. Some of you might have been feeling this really strong urge to create something that will outlast you, something that will help others long after you're gone. That's exactly what's being put into place right now. And you know what's amazing about this foundation being built? The world card just literally jumped out of my deck as I was thinking about this, and I have chills running through my body right now. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This strategic provider energy isn't just building any foundation. They're helping create something that brings together all the pieces of your spiritual and material world. I'm feeling such a strong message coming through about your growing ability to tell the difference between these three masculine energies, especially with this provider energy. Your guides are showing me that you've been getting these really clear gut feelings lately about who truly has your best interests at heart. Some of you might have been getting these intense physical sensations in your solar plexus area when you're around certain people. That's your intuition getting stronger, helping you see who's really there to support your growth. The World card showing up right now next to the King of Pentacles we saw earlier. This is such beautiful confirmation. Your guides are showing me this image of a circle being completed. Some of you might have been feeling like things are finally starting to make sense, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. Maybe you've been seeing numbers like 8888 or 444 everywhere. These aren't just random. They're signs that this big integration of your practical and spiritual life is happening. I'm getting such a clear message about your past relationships too. It's like you're finally understanding why certain patterns kept showing up. This provider energy feels different, doesn't it? It's like they understand both sides of you, the practical side that needs stability and the spiritual side that needs freedom to grow. Some of you might have recently had dreams about buildings or construction. Your guides are saying these dreams are showing you how this energy is helping build something real and lasting. The Empress energy we saw earlier is getting even stronger now, sitting next to this World card. It's like your divine feminine energy is expanding, becoming more powerful, but in this really grounded way. Some of you might have suddenly found yourself giving really wise advice to others, combining practical knowledge with spiritual insight. That's this integration happening through you. I need to share something really important that's coming through right now. Your guides are showing me this image of a garden growing, but it's not just any garden. It's like this magical space where practical things like money and resources are growing alongside spiritual gifts and wisdom. This provider energy understands this balance. They see how supporting you materially actually helps your spiritual growth flourish. Your guides want you to know that it's okay to accept this support. Some of you might have been feeling guilty about receiving help or resources from others, but this World card is showing that accepting this support is actually part of your spiritual journey. It's all connected. The practical help you're receiving is creating space for your spiritual gifts to expand. I'm seeing this really clear vision of you standing in your power, fully comfortable with both your material abundance and your spiritual gifts. Some of you might have recently felt this shift, like you're finally understanding that you don't have to choose between being spiritual and being successful. This provider energy is helping you see that you can have both. That's actually part of the divine plan. And you know what's really interesting about this dual path of spiritual and material growth? I just felt this incredibly strong pull to reach for another card, and the Eight of Pentacles has appeared. When I tell you I have goosebumps right now, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing about these three masculine energies in your life. This Eight of Pentacles is showing me how you've been working so hard on yourself, really dedicating time to your spiritual growth. Your guides are showing me this beautiful image of you like a master craftsperson, but instead of working with physical materials, you're working with energy and light. Some of you might have noticed recently that you're able to solve problems in really creative ways, or that people have been coming to you for advice more than usual. That's this mastery energy showing up in your life. Looking at how this Eight of Pentacles connects with these three kings we saw earlier, the King of Pentacles, King of Cups, and King of Swords. It's like watching different parts of a story come together. Each of these masculine energies is being drawn to your light for a specific reason. The King of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier, that provider energy, they're seeing how dedicated you are to building something real and lasting. But there's more to this story. I'm getting such a strong message about the King of Cups energy that's showing up in your life right now. This is someone who's helping you heal some really deep emotional wounds. Some of you might have been having these really intense dreams lately, or finding yourself crying for what seems like no reason. Your guides are saying this is actually beautiful. It's this emotional healer energy helping you release old pain you didn't even know you were carrying. And then there's this King of Swords energy. Wow, the clarity I'm getting about this is so strong. This is someone who's helping you see truth in a whole new way. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly able to cut through confusion really easily, or you're starting to understand things about your life that never made sense before. I'm seeing the number 333 really clearly. That's a huge sign that your spiritual teachers are around you right now. But here's something really important your guides want you to know, and I'm feeling this so strongly with this Eight of Pentacles energy. Not all of these connections are meant to be romantic or permanent. Some of you might be feeling really intense pulls toward all three of these energies, but your guides are showing me that each one is here to teach you something specific about your own mastery. I'm seeing this really clear image of you standing in the middle of three different doorways. Each doorway has a different kind of light coming from it. One looks really solid and golden. One is this beautiful deep blue, and one is bright white. Your guides are showing me that these represent the different kinds of wisdom and support each masculine energy is bringing into your life. Some of you might have been feeling overwhelmed by all these intense connections, maybe even feeling guilty about having strong pulls toward different people, but your guides want you to know this is all part of your growth. The way these cards are speaking to each other, especially this Eight of Pentacles with each of the kings, it's showing me that you're in this really important integration period. You might be feeling this in your body, maybe getting tingling sensations around your crown chakra, or feeling sudden waves of energy. These are signs that you're ready to receive deeper levels of wisdom from each of these protective energies. And you know what's really powerful about this integration period we're talking about? I just pulled the Six of Wands, and immediately I felt this surge of victory energy wash over me. This is such beautiful confirmation about everything that's been unfolding with these three masculine energies in your life. It's like your guides are celebrating with you because you're finally starting to see the truth of these connections. Some of you have been feeling almost guilty about having such strong pulls toward different people at once. But what I'm seeing so clearly with this Six of Wands is that this whole experience, having these three different masculine energies around you, it's actually been like a spiritual test. It's been teaching you to trust your own inner knowing about which energy truly matches your soul. I keep hearing this really clear message. The truth can't hide anymore. It's like your frequency has gotten so high that anything that's not truly meant for you just can't stay in your energy field anymore. You know how sometimes you can feel when something's off, but you can't explain why? That's your intuition getting stronger, and these masculine energies are helping you develop that even more. With this Six of Wands showing up right after that emotional King of Cups energy we were talking about, I'm seeing how one of these connections is starting to feel different from the others. Some of you might be noticing that when you think about one specific person, you get this warm feeling in your heart area. Your guides are saying that's not random. It's your heart chakra recognizing a matching energy. I'm also getting this really strong message about dreams. Have any of you been having dreams where you see three different figures, but one of them keeps becoming clearer while the others stay kind of fuzzy? That's your subconscious mind helping you understand which connection is truly aligned with your soul blueprint. Looking at how this Six of Wands connects with that steady Knight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that the universe has been strategically placing these different masculine energies in your life to help you break old patterns. You know those relationships in the past where you might have chosen someone who wasn't fully available or someone who couldn't match your spiritual depth. That pattern is breaking now. The way these cards are talking to each other, especially with that King of Cups influence, it's showing me that some of you have been getting really spontaneous insights about your past relationships, like suddenly understanding why certain things didn't work out or why you kept attracting certain types of partners. This isn't just random thinking. These are actually divine downloads helping you recognize your true divine counterpart. I keep seeing the number sequence 555 flashing in my mind while I'm looking at these cards. That's such a powerful sign of major life changes happening. Your guides are saying that as you continue to embrace your divine feminine power, that beautiful Empress energy we saw earlier. The truth about these three masculine energies will become impossible to ignore. It's like your inner knowing is finally getting loud enough to drown out any doubt or confusion. And while we're talking about that inner knowing getting stronger, I just felt called to pull another card for more clarity about this balance you're trying to maintain between these three protective masculine energies. The Two of Pentacles just came forward and wow, this is such perfect confirmation of what you've been experiencing. You see, while that Six of Wands was showing us your victory in raising your frequency, this Two of Pentacles is revealing something really important about how you're managing these different masculine energies. Some of you might be feeling like you're literally juggling different connections or different types of support that are coming in. And you know what? That's exactly what you're meant to be doing right now. I keep hearing this message really strongly. Each guardian serves a purpose. It's like your guides want you to know that you're not meant to push any of these energies away just yet. That King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, he's that steady, grounding force, helping you build something real in the physical world. Maybe you've noticed unexpected help showing up with practical matters, or someone's been giving you really solid advice about money or your career. Then there's that King of Cups energy we talked about. He's that deep emotional healer presence. Some of you might be having really meaningful conversations with someone who just seems to understand your heart without you having to explain much. And let me tell you, that's not a coincidence. This energy is helping you heal those old emotional wounds we were talking about. I'm getting such strong crown chakra tingles right now. Your guides are really excited to share this part. They're showing me how these 3 different masculine energies are actually working together like a divine team to help you step fully into that Empress energy we saw earlier. Each one is helping you balance a different part of your spiritual growth. Some of you might be feeling almost overwhelmed, like you're trying to keep too many plates spinning at once. But I keep seeing this image of a beautiful dance. It's not about struggling to juggle these energies. It's about learning to flow with them. You might notice you're getting better at knowing exactly when to focus on practical matters, when to dive into emotional healing, and when to explore your spiritual growth. I'm also seeing really clear signs around protection. These masculine energies, they're like spiritual bodyguards, each one watching over a different aspect of your evolution. Some of you might be literally dreaming about being protected or feeling safe in situations where you used to feel vulnerable. That's this divine protection team at work. The cards are showing me that this balance you're learning to maintain, it's actually preparing you for something bigger. Remember that 5-5-5 sequence we talked about? Well, with this 2 of Pentacles here, it's becoming clearer that these major life changes aren't just about choosing between different people. It's about learning to integrate different types of divine masculine support into your journey. Your guides are saying this is crucial preparation for when your true divine counterpart steps forward. And wow, right as we're exploring this divine protection team, I feel called to pull another card for even deeper clarity. The High Priestess has just appeared, and I'm getting such intense crown chakra activation right now. This is major confirmation about your inner wisdom awakening. You've been feeling it, haven't you? That deep knowing that's been getting stronger, especially when you're around these different masculine energies. I'm seeing this beautiful vision of you sitting in this sacred space surrounded by 3 distinct lights. Each one has its own color, its own frequency. That King of Pentacles energy we talked about earlier, it's showing up as this warm, earthy green light. Some of you have been noticing more abundance flowing into your life since this energy showed up. Maybe you're finding money in unexpected places, or opportunities are just landing in your lap. The King of Cups energy is this deep ocean blue light, and it's helping you heal those emotional wounds we discussed. You might notice yourself feeling more balanced emotionally, maybe even helping others process their feelings in a way you never could before. And that King of Swords energy, it's this brilliant white light bringing mental clarity and helping you cut through confusion. I keep hearing this message so strongly. The lessons are in the contrast. Your guides want you to know that each of these masculine energies is teaching you something different about yourself. Some of you might be literally dreaming about teaching or being taught lately, or maybe you're finding yourself naturally solving problems that used to stump you. The High Priestess here is really emphasizing the importance of your inner knowing right now. Have you been feeling drawn to specific places lately? Or maybe you're experiencing this weird pull to go somewhere or do something that doesn't make logical sense. That's your intuition getting stronger, and it's directly connected to your recent spiritual awakening. I'm seeing the number 333 flashing in my mind right now. If you've been seeing this number sequence, it's a huge confirmation that your ascension team is working overtime to help you navigate these energies. Some of you might be feeling physical warmth near your crown chakra, especially when you're thinking about one of these masculine energies in particular. Your guides are showing me this image of a key turning in a lock. But the interesting thing is, the key is made of light. They're saying this is about unlocking ancient wisdom within you. This wisdom is helping you understand why certain relationships in your past had to happen the way they did. It's all been preparation for this moment, this convergence of protective energies. I'm feeling such strong energy around spiritual recognition right now. Some of you might be noticing your energy. Sensitivity is increasing, especially around certain people. You might walk into a room and immediately know who's carrying which type of energy. This is your divine feminine essence becoming more attuned, more aware. It's like you're developing this internal compass that helps you navigate these different masculine frequencies. The High Priestess is also revealing something really fascinating about your current journey. She's showing me that these 3 protective energies are actually helping you balance and integrate different aspects of your own divine masculine energy. As this integration happens, you'll start to recognize your true divine counterpart more clearly. And as these different aspects of masculine energy help balance your own inner divine masculine, I'm feeling called to pull another card for deeper understanding of what's happening right now energetically. The Judgment card has appeared, and wow, the energy coming through this card is absolutely incredible. I'm literally getting chills down my entire right side. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This Judgment card is showing me that you're at this incredible point of spiritual recognition. You know how sometimes you can feel stuck between what your logical mind is telling you and what your soul is trying to show you? That's exactly what's shifting right now. It's like the walls between your 3D understanding and your 5D awareness are getting thinner and thinner. I keep seeing this image of 3 different doors, and behind each one is one of these masculine energies we've been discussing. But here's what's fascinating. Your guides are showing me that you don't actually need to open these doors anymore. The energy has shifted so much that you can now feel what's behind each door without even touching it. Some of you might have already noticed this happening. Maybe you suddenly know things about people without them telling you, or you can sense someone's true intentions the moment they walk into a room. I'm also getting this really strong message about dreams. Have your dreams been feeling more real lately? Like almost more real than when you're awake? Your guides are saying this is a huge sign that you're ready to recognize your true divine counterpart. They're showing me that some of you have been dreaming about teaching or learning lately. This is directly connected to these 3 protective energies we've been discussing. The Judgment card is really emphasizing this feeling of finally understanding. You might be looking back at past relationships or connections and suddenly seeing them in a completely new light. It's like putting on spiritual glasses and finally seeing all the lessons, all the preparation that these experiences were giving you. I'm hearing the testing phase is complete so clearly right now. Some of you might be feeling this weird sensation in your crown chakra, like a tingling or a warmth. That's actually your higher self downloading new information about these connections. And if you've been seeing number sequences like 555 or 333, that's your guides confirming you're right on track with this awakening. I'm also sensing this beautiful peace coming over some of you about situations that used to really confuse or upset you. It's like all these puzzle pieces are finally falling into place. Your guides want you to know that this clarity isn't just random. It's because you've reached this critical point in your spiritual development where you can finally see the bigger picture of how all these masculine energies have been working in your life. Remember when we talked about those 3 different lights earlier? Now, the Judgment card is showing how these energies are actually moving into their final positions. It's almost like watching a divine chess game where every piece is exactly where it needs to be for this massive revelation that's coming. But here's what's really important. Your guides are saying you don't need to force anything or try to figure it out with your mind. And speaking of not forcing anything with your mind, I'm being drawn to pull another card right now to understand more about this recognition energy that's building. The 6 of Wands just came forward, and immediately I'm feeling this incredibly powerful surge of victory energy. This isn't just any kind of victory, though. This is about you finally being seen for who you truly are at a soul level. I'm getting such strong confirmation that one of these masculine energies is preparing to step forward in a really public way. You might have been feeling this building, maybe getting random compliments from people about your energy lately, or noticing that people are paying more attention to you in general. The 6 of Wands is showing me that this isn't just coincidence. It's directly connected to how much your frequency has risen recently. What's really interesting is how the King of Cups energy we saw earlier is working with this King of Pentacles energy in such an unexpected way. I'm seeing this beautiful dance between emotion and material support. It's like these 2 masculine energies are actually working together to create this perfect foundation for you. One is helping you heal emotionally, while the other is ensuring you have the practical support you need. And you might be feeling this, maybe noticing that you're receiving both emotional understanding and practical help from unexpected sources lately. The High Priestess energy that we've been working with is getting stronger too. I'm being shown this image of you standing between 2 pillars, and your intuition is just getting sharper and sharper. Have you been getting these sudden knowings about people or situations? Like you just know things without anyone telling you? That's your High Priestess energy activating at a whole new level. I'm feeling this really warm sensation in my heart chakra right now, and your guides are saying this is super important. When you think about these different masculine energies, pay attention to which one creates the same warmth in your heart. That's going to be a huge clue about alignment. Some of you might have been seeing the number sequence 666 lately. And before anyone gets worried, this is actually a beautiful sign about balance being restored in your life. Your guides are showing me this image of a stage or platform, and it's connected to the Six of Wands energy. Someone is about to recognize your worth in a really public way. This could show up as unexpected praise at work, social media recognition, or even just people in your community starting to seek out your wisdom more. The timing of this is really interesting because it's happening right as these masculine energies are becoming clearer. I'm also sensing that some of you have been feeling called to write or document your experiences lately. This is actually your guide's way of helping you track this journey and see the patterns more clearly. You might be having these really vivid dreams too. Make sure you're writing those down, because they're containing important messages about these connections. What's fascinating is how the King of Cups and King of Pentacles energies are actually working together to help you fully embody this High Priestess wisdom. It's like they're creating this perfect container for your spiritual gifts to fully blossom. Some of you might be feeling this as a sense of finally being supported in both your emotional growth and your material needs at the same time. The fascinating thing about this container of support they're creating is that it's actually making space for this third masculine energy to step forward. I need to pull another card here because I'm feeling such a strong pull about this third energy. The Three of Pentacles has just come forward, and wow, the energy of this card is literally making my hands tingle right now. This is such beautiful confirmation of what your guides have been showing me. These three distinct masculine energies aren't actually in competition with each other at all. They're working together in perfect divine harmony to help elevate you. Think about it like three master craftsmen, each bringing their own unique skills to help build this beautiful cathedral of your highest self. I'm getting such strong validation right now about the warmth some of you have been feeling in your heart space. It's not just happening with one person anymore, is it? You might be noticing this warmth, this recognition with different people at different times. Your guides are saying this is absolutely perfect. Each of these energies is triggering healing and recognition in different parts of your heart. The star energy we saw earlier is weaving through all of this so beautifully. It's like these three masculine protectors are being divinely orchestrated to show up at exactly the right moments. Some of you might be seeing the number 333 everywhere lately. This is such clear confirmation of this triple masculine protection energy that's surrounding you right now. I'm being shown this image of a triangle, but it's not just any triangle. It's made of light and it's spinning around you like a protective shield. Each point of this triangle represents one of these masculine energies. And as they work together, they're actually creating this sacred geometric pattern of protection around your aura. This is why you might be feeling more selective lately about who you allow into your energy. Your frequency has risen so much that you can literally feel when someone's energy isn't in alignment. Your guides are really emphasizing something about dreams right now. Have you been having dreams with three distinct figures in them? maybe 3 different animals or 3 different symbols keep showing up. This is your subconscious helping you recognize these different energetic signatures. Some of you might even be getting random flashbacks to past relationships. This isn't to trigger you. It's actually helping you understand how each of these current energies is helping heal a specific wound from your past. The 3 of Pentacles is showing me this beautiful collaboration happening on a soul level. Each of these masculine energies is like a master teacher, but they're not just teaching you, they're learning from you too. Your elevated feminine frequency is actually helping them heal and grow as well. This is true divine partnership energy. Everyone involved is evolving together. I'm getting such clear confirmation that these recent insights you've been having about past relationships aren't random at all. They're actually helping you develop this incredible discernment about people's true intentions. It's like you're finally able to see clearly which connections are truly aligned with your highest good. And you know what's fascinating about this new level of discernment you're developing? It's actually preparing you for this incredible energy I'm seeing coming in with the 9 of Cups. This card just appeared in our destiny position. And let me tell you, the energy coming off this card is absolutely incredible. It's like your guides wanted to make sure you understood that all this protection, all this preparation, it's been leading to something really beautiful. I'm literally getting chills right now because the way these kings we saw earlier, the pentacles, cups, and swords, they're all connecting to this 9 of Cups in such a powerful way. It's like each of these masculine energies has been helping you heal different parts of yourself. And now they're all coming together to create this perfect environment for your truest wish fulfillment. You know how sometimes you can feel when something really big is about to happen? That's exactly the energy I'm picking up here. Your guides are showing me this image of 3 separate streams of water all flowing into one magnificent river. It's like each of these masculine energies, the provider, the healer, and the truth teller, they've each been teaching you something different about love, about yourself, about what you truly deserve. Some of you have been seeing the numbers 555 and 777 everywhere lately, haven't you? Your guides are saying this is absolutely no coincidence. The 5555 is about major life changes coming, and 777 is spiritual confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. It's like the universe is giving you these little winks saying, yes, you're getting warmer. With this 9 of Cups energy, I'm feeling such a strong sense of emotional completion. But here's what's really interesting. It's not just about getting what you want. It's about understanding why these 3 different masculine energies had to show up in your life right now. Each one is helping you break free from old relationship patterns that weren't serving you. The King of Pentacles energy taught you about true stability and worth. The King of Cups showed you what real emotional availability looks like. And that King of Swords, he's been helping you cut through any remaining confusion about what you truly deserve. Your guides are showing me that your true divine counterpart actually carries elements of all 3 of these energies. It's like they're all pieces of the same beautiful puzzle. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you see 3 different people or figures, but somehow they keep merging into one. Your guides are saying this is your subconscious processing this integration that's happening. You might even be feeling this unusual warmth in your heart chakra when you think of a specific person. That's your soul recognizing these combined energies. The really beautiful thing about all of this is that it's happening in perfect divine timing. Your guides are showing me that this period of having 3 different protective energies around you isn't about confusion. It's about completion. Each one is helping you understand a different aspect of divine partnership. And as these energies begin to merge, you'll start to recognize your true divine counterpart with absolute clarity. And what's really fascinating about this clarity you're developing is how it connects directly to this powerful sun card that just appeared in our reading. The light from this card is absolutely radiating with truth and revelation. It's like all these masculine energies we've been discussing are being illuminated in the most beautiful way. I keep hearing the word protection over and over from your guides. They're showing me how each of these kings we discussed, the pentacles, cups, and swords, they're all offering different types of divine protection that you need right now. It's like they're creating this perfect triangle of safety around you. You know, when you feel completely secure and supported from all angles, that's exactly what's happening here. The Sun card is revealing something really important about these 3 masculine energies. Some of you have been feeling torn or confused, like you're being pulled in different directions. But your guides want you to know that this isn't about choosing between them. It's about understanding how they're all working together to prepare you for your true divine counterpart. I'm getting such strong chills right now because I can see how the King of Pentacles energy has been teaching you about real stability. Some of you have recently received unexpected financial support or opportunities. That's this King's energy working in your life, showing you what true material security feels like. You might have noticed more abundance flowing into your life lately, or maybe you're finally feeling more grounded in your worth. The King of Cups energy. Wow, this is beautiful. He's been helping you heal those deeper emotional wounds. I'm sensing that many of you have been having these really intense dreams lately, or maybe you're feeling more emotionally balanced than ever before. That's his gift to you, teaching you what healthy emotional support looks like. And then there's this King of Swords energy, which is all about clarity and truth. You might have noticed you're suddenly seeing through people's words to their true intentions. Your intuition has become razor sharp, hasn't it? That's his influence helping you develop that important discernment you need. Discernment. The Sun card is showing me that as these 3 protective energies continue to work in your life, they're actually merging together. Your guides are showing me this image of 3 separate lights becoming one brilliant sun. This is such a powerful confirmation that your true divine counterpart will embody the best aspects of all 3 of these energies. I'm hearing really strongly that some of you have been seeing butterflies everywhere lately, or maybe the number 333 keeps appearing. These are direct signs from your guides confirming this message. The butterfly represents this beautiful transformation you're going through. And 333 is about divine protection and guidance. Exactly what these 3 masculine energies are providing. Your guides want you to know that this isn't about rushing to identify which person in your life represents which energy. Instead, they're asking you to trust this process of integration. Notice how each of these protective energies makes you feel. Pay attention to those moments when you feel completely safe, emotionally understood, and mentally stimulated all at once. That's when you'll know you're in the presence of your true divine counterpart. The energy is shifting so powerfully right now as I reach for these cards. What's really interesting is how your guides keep highlighting the importance of your own inner wisdom in this situation. You know, we were just talking about those 3 protective energies, but now there's this huge emphasis on your power to see clearly through any confusion. And look at this, the Queen of Swords has just appeared. And wow, the energy from this card is absolutely electric. This is your energy right now. This amazing ability to cut through any fog or confusion about these 3 masculine energies we've been discussing. The Queen of Swords represents this incredible awakened state you're in, where you can really see the truth of situations without getting caught up in emotions or wishful thinking. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of you have been feeling this throat chakra activation lately. Maybe you've been clearing your throat more often, or feeling this gentle pressure or tingling in your throat area. That's because you're being prepared to speak your truth about these situations. Some of you might have even been writing more lately, or feeling this strong urge to express yourself clearly. Your guides are showing me that these 3 masculine energies we talked about, remember the Kings of Pentacles, Cups, and Swords, they're actually helping you develop different aspects of your own power. It's like each one is holding up a mirror to show you parts of yourself you need to see right now. The Queen of Swords energy is helping you integrate all of these lessons. I keep hearing this message about necessary conversations. Some of you have been putting off having some really important talks, haven't you? Maybe you've been seeing the numbers 333 or 555 everywhere, especially when you think about having these conversations. That's your guides confirming that divine timing is aligning for these discussions. What's really fascinating is how your recent spiritual awakening has made you like this beautiful lighthouse. These masculine energies are being drawn to your light, but now you have this amazing ability to see which connections are surface level and which ones go deeper. Some of you might have noticed you're suddenly able to see through people's words to their true intentions, almost like you've developed this spiritual X-ray vision. The Queen of Swords is showing me that you're at this point where you're ready to stop just watching and start actively discerning, but your guides want you to remember something really important. While you're developing this powerful ability to see truth clearly, you need to balance it with that heart wisdom we talked about earlier. It's like having both a sharp mind and a warm heart working together. I'm sensing that some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, especially dreams where you're teaching others or receiving guidance. These dreams are actually helping you process these different masculine energies and understand how they all fit into your journey. It's like your subconscious is helping you piece together this beautiful puzzle of divine protection and guidance. And what's really powerful is how this Queen of Swords energy is activating your ability to receive support without losing your independence. This is crucial because these protective masculine energies aren't here to overshadow you. They're here to complement your own inner strength. You might have noticed you're starting to attract people who respect your boundaries while still offering genuine support. And what's really fascinating is how all of this protection and guidance is coming together right now in this beautiful symphony of divine timing. I'm seeing with the World card here how you're completing this massive cycle of growth and healing. This isn't just about these three masculine energies being drawn to your light. It's about how you've done such deep inner work that you're literally glowing at a soul level now. You know, throughout this reading, we've seen how each of these masculine energies has played such a specific role. That King of Pentacles energy has been teaching you about your worth, showing you that you deserve stability and abundance. The King of Cups has helped heal those deeper emotional wounds, the ones that maybe made you doubt your ability to receive love. And that King of Swords, they've been helping you cut through confusion and see truth so clearly. But here's what's really beautiful. I'm getting such strong confirmation that your inner wisdom has grown so much stronger through this process. You don't need anyone else to tell you which connection is real anymore. Your heart knows. Your soul knows. And I keep hearing this message that you're going to feel it in your whole body when you're in the presence of your true divine counterpart. Like every cell just relaxes and says, yes, this one. I'm seeing such clear signs of recognition coming. Those number sequences you've been seeing, especially 333 and 555, they're like little cosmic thumbs up, confirming you're exactly where you need to be. And those dreams you've been having, their preparation, your guides are literally showing you what this divine connection feels like, so you'll recognize it instantly in the physical world. You know, this level of spiritual awakening you're experiencing is really profound. The way you've magnetized these three protective energies shows just how much your frequency has risen. But remember, you're not meant to figure this all out alone. Your guides are showing me that you're part of a larger soul family that's meant to support each other through these deep awakenings. I feel so strongly guided to let you know that if you're resonating with these messages, you're being called to stay connected with our soul family here. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any divine messages meant for you. And for those of you feeling called to go deeper, because I'm seeing some of you really need more specific guidance about these connections, I'm available for private readings through Patreon, where we can look more closely at your unique situation. Remember, you've done the inner work. You've raised your frequency. Now it's just about trusting that divine timing is bringing everything into perfect alignment. Keep documenting those signs. Stay connected with your guide team and know that you are so deeply protected and loved through this whole process. Ooh.